Me too. Well, hello everyone. That was a very interesting start. Let's see if I can actually find the intro. So, hello everyone. Welcome to the 5ers live
I,
trading room. We haven't started yet. We
I
haven't
got
started
the
yet.
intro here. I'm going to play it now. See you guys in
Yeah.
a couple of minutes. Good
All
morning.
right. Good
Here we
morning,
are.
everyone.
Once again, apologies. We are still getting used to our new broadcasting software, and
Yes.
so pardon the hiccups. I bet by next week Monday we know our way around slowly.
Yeah, but it's a live experience. These things happen, and I like it. It's part of the show. These you never know what's going to happen in the live trading room, and that's part of the excitement of watching this show. You never know what's going to happen. It's just like in trading. But hit that stop loss or hit that TP. You never know. Time will tell. All right.
You wonder where's my stop loss for you, Jonatan.
Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. Let us know in the comments, guys. Where are you guys tuning in from? And let me know what are you guys doing over a weekend? Are you, because I know that as a full-time trader and doing this full-time, I try not to work over the weekends. I try not to trade over the weekends. But I know that a lot of you are probably not full-time traders. You're not doing this full-time. You're probably working and then you're trading on the side as a hobby or as a side income. And if you're doing that, sometimes you probably have to spend some time on trading over the weekend because, when else are you going to do it? So let me know. You guys, what are you guys doing on the weekend? Because I truly believe that if you're a new trader and you really want to, grow and develop into a top trader, you probably need to set aside some time for that over the weekend to kind of go through your trading journal and try to improve the things that you want to be improving upon. What do you think about that, Dirk? Do you think you just weekends are not for doing anything else than just relaxing, or is there any aspect of that when you're developing?
At the moment, weekends are usually not for relaxing, at least for me, because we are in a time of I'm not going to say of a year, of history, in my opinion, where there's a lot of edge to gain through the tools of AI, in my opinion. So I'm trying to capitalize as much as I can on that at the moment to maintain being a little bit ahead of the curve. So I think I said it over the past weeks. I'm automating a lot of my stuff that I'm doing right now. So once I Bitcoin the trading system nailed down, which I completely overhauled also, because it's always like this in software development. You start a project, and then along the line, you think of, I can add this, I can add this, I can add this, I can add this. Oh, I haven't thought of that. And then you have basically too much patchwork code. So I just I stepped back a little bit, rehalted a lot of that coding I did on the weekend. Now much more stable. Going to continue later after the stream developing this. So weekends definitely a time for me, at least, to work on some stuff. Although, of course, I need to set some time aside. It sounds so bad when I say that. I need to set time aside for the family. I want to do that, obviously. Want to spend time with my family. But lucky for me, they have a great understanding as well. If I say at 6 p.m. in the evening, hey, I'm going to build up the laptop now. I have some stuff I need to work on. And then I sit until 11 or 12 until I come to bed. How's that with you?
No, for me, I really try to build a work-life balance. Try to get that balance between, because I think we're much alike when it comes to you're not just a trader when you're in the office. You're it's almost like a lifestyle, and I know that you're an entrepreneur as well, and you have many ideas.
No?
Yeah, and then you have many ideas, right? And you have an idea and I want to work on this. I want to build this. I want to, I want to reach out to Coder to build this script, or I want to work on this trading strategy. Like a lot of different things, and I'm very much like that as well. I'm very creative and I have a lot of ideas. And I caught myself this weekend thinking that I'm working quite a lot. It's very stressful, and I'm working weekends, and I don't have a lot of time with my family. But then I said to myself, well, I only need to do this for maybe a year or two, but then I'm done. But then I thought I thought
illusion.
I told myself that 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Every time I go through that, I'm like, okay, so wait a minute, you finish that product, but then you have another idea. And then you have another idea, and it's a never-ending story. So what I've done now is I've I've started thinking about how can I outsource the little things, right? So what I've done is I've started looking at hiring people to do the things for me. So over the weekend I've had a conversation with a couple of people to hire a assistant, right, and a product manager. And the idea that I'm trying to do here is I figure that most of the things that I'm doing, that I'm spending a lot of time on over the weekend, and it takes a lot of time from the time that I should be spending with my family, is things that someone else can actually do that with my instructions. And so that's what I'm trying to do: spend a little bit more money, but get time. And I
Yeah,
think that,
I used to do that too, but sadly, I'm a perfectionist. So
right?
it's like I have to say, I have to really admit, I don't think it's very easy to work with me, especially if I'm like the boss, and the one giving the instruction. It's very hard to please me. So I tend to be somebody who eventually says like, oh, I'll do it. I'll do it myself.
Okay.
I'll do it myself. And I know this, so I tend to do stuff by myself nowadays. Thankfully, there's some stuff you can sort out to AI agents, and those are only going to get better very fast from here. Although, of course, that is also kind of a sad thing because, I mean, where's that going to lead? Just discussed with Mike about this as well, like mass layoffs in the future or something like this. Or everybody needs to become an entrepreneur to some extent. But I think once you've become an entrepreneur, it doesn't really matter if you're into trading or, I don't know, selling shoes or whatever, your product is, and you're really into it and you get into this vibe like, oh, wow, I'm earning my own money. I'm not depending on anybody except my clients, of course. I don't spend time trying to please some boss that I don't like or meetings and so on. I think that's a very satisfactory feeling. And it's, at least for me, something I never want to go back from. I never want, if I think about like the last company I worked for, and I was a sales director there. So I was responsible for a team of 50 plus people. So I basically spent endless times in meetings, justifying myself, planning, and so on, or like what felt like herding a kindergarten at some point, although those were adult people. And I never want to do that again. It's so much more satisfactory like this. And once that becomes your lifestyle, the stress is still there, of course, like you said, there's a lot of work, but it's a different kind of stress. For me, it's a more,
Yeah.
most of the time, not always, but most of the time, a more positive stress. On Monday mornings, I think like, hey, cool, I'm looking forward going to the office and getting stuff done now again. For
Yeah, it's
a
almost
couple of
like
hours. While
yeah, it's
like I
almost
talk
like
to
there's
some of my friends, that say like, oh, tomorrow's Monday again. Oh, just 4 more weeks, then I can go on holiday. I think, oh, my
yeah.
God, what a sad life.
It is. I mean, I remember that time in my life as well, and I feel like I can't. I feel like I've been able to. I remember reading a book. So I remember what my son got diagnosed with ADHD, and I remember then kind of going all in and understanding that and reading about it. I remember reading a book where the author said like instead of you conforming to society and the world around you, try to shape the world around you to your own liking. Like what type of life do
Yeah.
you want to live in? What type of world do you want to live in? And then try to build up a life where you can thrive in that situation with your personality. So I figured that, okay, I can't, the job that I'm working in, it needs to have a lot of freedom, and especially a lot of freedom of creativity. And the stress that I'm feeling now is a creative stress. It's more of like, I got all of these things that I need and want to do, but I don't have time to do it. Instead of like, I got this 9 to 5 job that I don't want to work in, and I don't have time to do the things that I want to do. And now it's like, I got so much time to do the things that I want to do, so I don't have time to do all the things that I want to do. Like it's a creative stress in a way, and I feel like it's wonderful, but you need to get a structure. You need to get a structure. So that's kind of like what the process that I'm in now. And even when it comes to trading, like simple things. developing the algos that I'm developing, and I have a few different systems and softwares that I'm using to develop these algos, and I find myself spending quite a lot of time just monitoring the processes, and going through statistics. And I figured this is something that someone else can do. Someone else can do it, and then just provide me with a detailed analysis of this. And that's what I'm trying to do, is outsource as much as possible as I can do. And we're the opposite. You said that you're difficult to work with because you're perfectionist. I think I'm difficult to work with because I'm the opposite. I'm not a perfectionist. Like I want to get stuff done as quick as possible, do as much as possible in as little as possible time, and it doesn't have to be perfect. Like I'm just trying to, I got 10 ideas. You do them all quickly and like as quickly as possible, and then you see which one has promise, and then you kind of go into
Which
that
is a
thing
good way, by the way. It's a good way. It's like my ex-boss in my last company, who was really like in a lot of business acumen, like a mentor to me. And one thing particularly stuck with me. He said, like, you know what, Dirk? If you try 10 things and 9 of them fail, that's great. You found one thing
Yeah.
that worked. That's part of the game. Just the definition of insanity would be if you try 3 things, they all fail, and then you try the same again. And that's kind of true. And but you see that in a lot of companies. You see, like, especially amongst marketing teams, they will tell you something like, oh, but Revolut is doing this and that, so we should do that as well. I'm saying, like, yeah, but that's like going to the cinema when a new Jurassic Park movie came out, and when you do some kind of B movie, dinosaur movie that nobody wants to see because everybody wants to see Jurassic Park, but your expectation is that it's going to be exactly a hit like Jurassic Park back then. And it's insane. It's like in corporate, especially marketing, everybody is just trying to justify their jobs by using data, why other companies are successful. And it's, by the way, something I like about the The5ers a lot, also, that there's like a mentality of, hey, just try things, be creative. If you fail, you fail,
Exactly.
but you've tried at least,
And I was given a lot of, when we started building this live trading room, I was given a lot of freedom of trying things and seeing what works. And I think that is also why it's been so successful, because we're trying a lot of different things, and then we're looking at what's working and what's not working, and what does the audience actually want. And I have actually, on that note, I have something important that I want you guys to help me out with, because you guys know that we're expanding this live trading room in a very big way. We're going to be live for longer sessions and more days, and we're basically trying to create, the go-to place for live trading and analysis, and occasionally also the educational content. But we want to make sure that you, the audience, is part of this development, because of course we wouldn't be here if it weren't for you guys. So first of all, what I'd like you to do is go in and like the video, and you will also have a giveaway link in the description of this video. But before you go into that giveaway link, I will have another link for you. This will also be added in the giveaway link right now. I'm just having some issues logging into the back end of the giveaway. What I'm going to do right now, I'm in the comment section. I'm going to give you a link to a survey, and I want you all to go in there. I'm going to pin it in the comment section. So I want you all to go into that survey that we have pinned in the comment section on YouTube, and I'm just asking for a few minutes of your time. Go through the survey, answer the questions, and that will give us a lot of ideas on what you guys want to see more from the live trading room. Do you want to see more education? Do you want to see more just live trading? Do you want to see more swing trading, more scalping? Anything that you want us to do. I mean, we're doing this for you guys, and of course I'm also doing it for me because I love doing this, but I'm mostly doing it for you guys. So go in there and help us out. And I was terrible at that. How do we? Okay. I'm not even gonna try. It's gonna be a signals. Okay, well that's something we're not gonna do.
I actually knew that comment would come.
Yeah, but a lot of people probably can say, "Just give me signals, guys. Like I don't care. I don't care. Just give me entry, stop loss, TP."
Give me the
And
bot that's
yeah,
automatically earning 1,000%
exactly.
per day.
Just set up a copy trading service, and that's it. Okay, guys. So we got. Let's go into the charts here. I'm gonna quickly transition into my little nice.
By the way, no economic news coming out. We had a
Yep.
little news this morning, I think, concerning the New Zealand dollar. So we are seeing a bit of momentum, especially in New Zealand dollar versus British pound. But other than that, I think it's going to be quite, as Mike said earlier, quite a technical day today, and not very much driven about what is fundamentally going on the markets.
And these are the conditions where technical traders, especially I would say traders, day traders, technical day traders, because swing traders, they have to, they have to be in position most likely when there's going to be news, right? And even if there's no news today or in a few days, if they stay in a trade for a week, you are bound to be in a position during news. But as intraday technical traders, this is a condition where you'll thrive most likely, because prices move according to technicals very, very nicely when there's no fundamental catalyst to drive price. And the reason why I'm saying intraday is because there's no catalyst. A lot of times price on the bigger time frames will seem like they're stagnant because there's not a lot of but then you might get like 50, 60 pips ranges on a few of the forex pairs, which is I would say very nice to be trading. So what do we have here in front of us? We got Euro USD. I'm going to share with you guys a trade that I have open here. Let's see. Let's remove all the indicators here. Let's see. We're going to get rid of those. Yeah, so this is the trade that I've started building a position on last week. Let's see, I'm going to open up MetaTrader here as well. Make sure that I got... Okay, so I got a 1, 2, 3, 4 different positions open now on Euro USD on that swing trading account. Remember, guys, last week I opened a new evaluation account only for the swing trading ideas because I wanted to show you how can we trade a swing trading system on a high stakes account with making sure that we never do hit that daily stop limit, because I think that's one of the biggest I'm gonna say like one of the biggest issues with trading prop firms instead of your personal account is the daily loss. Like, the stop loss is not really going to be a problem, because if you have a stop loss of, let's say, 10% on a prop firm account, like you probably want to follow something similar on your private account as well. If you're able to, limit the drawdown on your private account to max 10%, that's great. Like, that is really good. If you're able to keep that up for a few years, you might even have investors looking at it and saying, okay, so max drawdown of 10, that is fantastic, because if you look at the S&P 400, we'd had 20% drawdown, 30% drawdown. So anything that is lower than that, and if you can get below 10, if you have lower than double-digit drawdown, at that point it almost doesn't really matter what your profit is. Like, if you're able to for a few years be able to be profitable with a low drawdown, that is absolutely fantastic. But when it comes to the daily drawdown limit, long-term investors, they're not really going to care about that. But it's very important when you're trading other, not your own capital. It's very important to follow those. So as a swing trader, that might be problematic, because you have to calculate your open P&L, your unrealized profit and loss. And especially if you're going to add new positions, when you have other positions open already, you have to calculate that every day. You have to do that recalculation of how much you're potentially going to lose. So the way that I'm started building a position on Euro USD is to build very small positions. You can see that I have I'm not showing MetaTrader right now, but what I have is I have a total lot size here of 3, 4, 5, 6, 0.06 right now, which means that I am risking 0.8% on this trade. I'm waiting for EUR/USD to confirm this bottom, and it looks like it might potentially start confirming soon. We have a higher low in the 4-hour, and if we can get something like this, then for me this is confirmed, and I will then be adding that 0.2% risk to this position. And what I can do then is actually increase stop loss maybe after a few days when I see that there's a push to the upside, and this will then limit the potential loss of the trade. And let's say then that if from this level to here that's a 1% loss, that then means that price can go all the way up here and then all the way back down here, and I will still not hit my daily loss limit, which means it can actually, the trade can actually go all the way up here, miss my TP, go all the way back down to my stop loss, and still not hit the daily loss limit on the high stakes account, which I believe is 5%, and it's a hard stop, which is also why it's very important to follow that rule in high stakes, because if you do hit that 5% daily loss, you lose the account. If you're on the hypergrowth account, that's 3%, but you will not lose the account. There's a difference between a soft stop and a hard stop. A hard stop is you lose the account. A soft stop is just a warning. It will close all your accounts, and you will not be able, I believe, to open a new position until next day. I'm not entirely sure on that last part, but very important to follow that. We have a quick question here asking, is it possible to enter that euro trade? Now, let me answer that in the best way, the only way I can. Ask yourself, what's your system telling you? Okay, we're not here to give you signals. We're not here to tell you what to buy and what to sell. For that, you will need to contact this financial advisor, obviously, and this is not financial advice. We are only giving you this information for educational and entertainment purposes, informational purposes, I should say. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to look at this, and I want you to listen when I tell you that this trade is based on a break and retest of a high time frame horizontal level confluent with the long reload zone of the latest up move. That's the system that I'm following. If you believe that that's a system that you should be following as well, then this might be something that you could look at as a possible trade. But if you don't have that foundational analysis to back up your underlying idea of buying your USD, only following me will not make you any money. It's just going to cause you more harm. You need to do that analysis on your own. So for me, to answer that question is basically, yes, you can enter your USD here if your analysis tells you to enter your USD here. So I believe the best type of questions you can ask me in these live streams is not, should I buy gold or should I buy Euro USD? It's the better question is, could you analyze gold and tell me if you find a buying opportunity or selling opportunity based on my system? Okay, because I obviously don't know what your trading personality is or your investment horizon or anything like that. Okay, but we all know that. I mean, we all know that. Dirk, can I buy your USD here?
Yes.
That's the short answer. Yeah, I gave you the long answer, and that's the short answer. That's a yes.
No, I mean, let me switch quickly over to my screen here. So I want to approach this actually from a broader perspective. So at the moment, although obviously in my option portfolio, I tend to trade euro-dollar options, but I like to look at the Dixie nonetheless, because it gives a good overview about where the general sentiment for the US dollar is at the moment. But I think it's like consists of 65% or something of a euro. So you can do this basically on euro, US dollar as well, whatever you fancy. And pardon me. So my go-to theory here at the moment, and we are front running this a little bit. So this arrow I put in there, I think like 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. And my go-to theory is, and a lot of this was actually an influence, honestly speaking, also by LJ, because he's so good in kind of capturing the short-term sentiment of where to expect like pivot points in the next couple of days. But overall, I think we are still in a market where we could see a weaker US dollar. That also aligns very well with the general market sentiment, which is very much risk on. I mean, if we look today, for example, at the US indices, and we don't really have a lot of trading volume in the futures yet. We are not open yet, and we are already trading very above or very slightly below the all-time highs. So that's actually a very, very positive signal, in my opinion. Either we have a lot of people that need to catch up already, or we have like pre-buying, maybe a bit of FOMO of people missing out. And this should naturally push the dollar down. Risk on sentiment means selling off the dollar. Risk on sentiment means also, when we take Donald Trump into the equation, not a natural, because of all the stuff Donald Trump has done and said, that people are becoming more wary of, should I really invest money into US dollar dominated assets, or the US dollar itself. This is also the reason, in my opinion, why we saw this super performance of gold. Of course, I mean, gold also normally measured, at least when we look at it, when the world looks at it in US dollars. But a lot of the move is that we saw in gold dollar is also due to a swindling or declining trust into the US dollar, in my opinion. So if you ask me, and I think I said that last week also, I'm looking more for short dollar positions, which then, of course, would mean to look for buying opportunities in euro dollar. And yeah, where are those buying opportunities? That's, of course, always the question. If you are swing trading, I mean, if you're scalping the markets, it doesn't really matter, right? So I would always start by looking for these zones of confluence. And you could, for example, say now, okay, I want to take into account this whole COVID move where we had a very strong US dollar. So from the very top at 123.50 something, all the way down to 0 point almost 95. You can see, and I think we talked about this last week, Jonatan, didn't we? That this area around 117 is actually like an area where we should see, first of all, a natural bounce of the US dollar towards more strength of the US dollar. And the question now for me is, I mean, it has in a sense already happened. We bounced off the 8 weeks moving average. If you want to play it very conservatively, you could also wait until the market rebounces all the way down to the bull market support bands, currently trading weekly here at 113. I think that's a very brave, you kind of, maybe you're missing the train because there's a lot of momentum in the market to the upside at the moment. But I would either try to buy here at the moment at the 8 weeks moving average, which is around 115.75, 116. Or if I'm very conservative and I'm looking for long-term entries, so which I usually do with my options. So I'm looking at 3 months moves there, because at 3 months it makes the most sense. 3 months expiry to sell the option for me, because after 3 months the option is going down in value a lot if the prices still stay the same. Can you mute your mic, Jonatan? Because
yeah, it's when I'm typing.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Right. Sorry, man. And so so for that, in order to do a new options position, I would wait actually all the way until we are hitting the bull market support bands. If we do that this week, we would need to go all the way down to 113. It's probably not going to happen, at least not if there's like some stuff of very negative economic news, or the Donald Trump saying something about, oh, we're going to tax Europe with 1,000,000% tariffs now suddenly because, I don't know, he got out of a bed with the wrong foot or something like this. But if you are more into swing trading, and this is really my message, you want to wait a bit until these zones of natural support and resistance, and one of them is Fibonacci, especially the move all the way from the very high to the very low during COVID. So all this area, and you see that, for example, at the even more important 61.8 retracement, how often we bounced, how difficult it was, despite a more positive sentiment for the euro, again, a more negative sentiment for the US dollar, how difficult it was really to get above those. And it could be the same here. I think the 61.8 retracement is more important, actually, than the 78.6, because we often see on retracement and large moves that you see a bounce back until the 61.8 retracement, and then the trend continues, which was not the case, or just for a period of time, the case for euro dollar. But you want to look at moves like this, and you can even further enhance that. So if you add like more potential zones of support and resistance to the metrics, and one of those is, for example, this beautiful indicator that I got back then from Jonatan called Key Level Spaceman BTC. I mean, it's called BTC, but you can also use that one for any other asset out there, which will draw for you where are the previous week high and low, where are monthly high and lows, weekly openings, yearly high and lows, and so on. And you get all these beautiful zones that you can align very well with other metrics of support and resistance. For example, with the Fibonacci levels we saw here, the previous week high was almost exactly at the 78.6 retracement. So those are very strong zones where I then probably would look for price action. So there you could take some of the concepts, for example, that Victor is using, and apply them to look for Quasimodo structures, or to look for simple price action, even something simple like, oh, well, I'm seeing it going down, and then I see a bullish engulfing pattern down here. That would be a valid trade for me, because it's in a zone where you have a lot of confluence when it comes to natural support and resistance, and you probably have a good risk-reward ratio because you could put the stop just underneath here. Yeah, still not a guaranteed win, but a trade that could very well, from a statistical point of view, go into your favor. So this is usually how I trade options. I need to give it a little bit more leeway. I'm not so interested in the daily up and downs. It's more a volatility, a more momentum thing. One thing currently, and this goes ironically also for euro dollar, or for the dollar in general, to be on the lookout for, is actually the VIX. So the volatility index for the S&P 500. We are at pretty low levels there right now. So if we just, for example, try to quickly look at it like from a historical point of view, you can see this. The level we are currently at is historically a pretty low level. So there's a lot of confidence in the market right now that stocks are going to continue to rise. And while this can go on for a while, and probably will go on for a while, it's also already like kind of an alarm system to notify you. Maybe the sentiment is a little bit too positive at the moment, so I want to be on the lookout that sooner or later there probably is going to come a correction. Doesn't mean it's coming tomorrow, doesn't mean it's going to come in 2 or 3 months, but this is something I look at because I'm expecting a correction in November, between November and January of 2026, where this natural cycle of the well-performing stock markets under the first year since the election of a new US president aligns very well with the natural 4-year cycle of Bitcoin, for example, as well, as we, I think, last week also discussed. When you see a spike up in the WIX, we saw that here, for example, April 2025, where we went all the way down. Let me switch back here to the S&P 500 chart. So that was around this time where we bottom out around 4,800. That, on the contrary, is then again a sign for you. Maybe I should start looking for long position. That would be the reversal sign for me to, if I trade with a trend, to kind of have my eyes open and say like, okay, now with a wick so high, I maybe should not trade with a trend anymore. I should look for contrarian trades.
Yeah, no, that makes that does make sense. And I think for you, USD, you talked about there was, you know, the invalidation would be quite far down from where we are currently, and might actually, you know, build positions down in that area. And I think the way I did this with your USD is I actually, you know, I looked at that level as, I think that would be like the 1.14500 level, I believe, and I looked at that as my invalidation level, and then I thought, okay, I'm gonna average into this position. I'm gonna buy. The closer we get to invalidation, I'm gonna slowly but surely increase my lot sizes off the buy, because of course if you if you get closer to the invalidation, you get closer to stop loss, and you can increase the lot size, because obviously the risk is going to be lower. Guys, I'm going to be announcing the giveaway, the winners of last week's giveaway in just a bit, but I want to make sure that you go in and you like the live stream. So go in and like the live stream, and we also have the giveaway link for this week's giveaway. So I'm going to be running that today, and we're going to be announcing that later today as well. So make sure you go in and you go with that giveaway that we have set up today. Now, what we want you guys to do in that giveaway is we want you to go into the trusted prop, and when you go to that website, we want you guys to, now if you like us, okay, I'm not gonna force you, but if you like us, then we want you to go in to the link that we have to the trusted prop and select the 5ers as your favorite prop firm. If it is your favorite prop firm. Otherwise, I guess not. But hopefully you're here because you like us. So that is what we want you to do in this giveaway. And then of course we also have the survey in there, where we want you to go in and answer that survey so that we know how and how you guys want to how we're gonna improve and move forward with the live trading room.
One more word here on euro dollar, because we're talking about invalidation. So for me, like if we look at really like trading positions that are like 1 to 3 months to 6 months, maybe, for me, the invalidation of the current strong momentum bull market or of the US dollar weakness would be that euro dollar falls below this area here. So we're talking about 110.80. That's a long way to go, obviously still. But I mean, it's perfect. And we had higher highs and higher lows. Maybe you can count this one in as well. So it's always the same stuff, no? Last higher high here. So really, I mean, we can discuss, of course, about this one, but the major invalidation of market structure would be all the way down here below 110.70. As long as this doesn't happen, I am always looking more for upside potential in euro dollar. That doesn't mean, you can always go long. Of course, that you still need to look for zones of alignment, of confluence, natural demand and support levels, whether you use like the spaceman indicator I just showed you, whether you use horizontal lines or some indicator or something. The more of those you have lined up in one area, the more likely it is that you identified a good zone of support or resistance. I think nowadays it's more than just drawing horizontal lines, honestly speaking. Because somebody was asking earlier also, how do I make sure that the support or resistance I find is a good one? Or maybe I'm just seeing things. That's why you want to make sure the more you see a line, Fibonacci level, with a horizontal line, with a spaceman level, with a moving average or whatever, the more likely it is that you're going to see price action there. And you actually want to wait also for the price action there. Don't just buy because, there's a horizontal line or even a zone of confluence. Wait for the price action. This is where you want to look for the Quasimodo structures from Victor, this is where you want to look for outside bars, for bullish or bearish engulfing patterns, and all the beauty of it.
Yeah, that's right. I think, I mean, for me, I'm kind of like a horizontal level maximalist, I would say. I think...
yeah, but you're not going to rely only on one horizontal line that you drew. I mean, I know how you trade.
No, I mean, I'm looking at areas of confluence. Exactly. You know, I'm looking at and I'm looking at quite big horizontal. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I would say I'm just looking at market structure. All these horizontal levels, all the trend lines, all the EMAs, they're just there for visual confirmation or visual guidance. What I'm looking at really is to get more of an intuitive feeling of where the trend is. Like, if I would not be doing the live streams or doing any other type of work I do as an analyst, I would probably, as a swing trader, I would just pull up a chart and I would just buy an uptrend. I probably wouldn't even have to, you know, put on any levels on the chart. I'm you know, for me, it's quite easy to just pull up your USD, look at the weekly. It's like, okay, maybe this is resistance, but if we're gonna bounce here, we're probably gonna go to like 1.2, and I'll buy your USD. And then I'll put some alerts and invalidation levels. So it's, for me, it's just about the trend. It's just about the market structure. I'm very much of the idea that an uptrend will continue to be an uptrend until the uptrend is broken, and therefore I would be long until the uptrend is broken. And that's really all I really care about. Thank you. I saw that you shared my screen here as well. So if we remove, yeah, so if we remove everything here from the screen, even the moving averages here. Now we're going to remove these lines here as for the alerts as well. So what I see here from a market structure perspective is obviously two ideas. Either we're at high time frame resistance, or we have just reclaimed high time frame resistance as support. It's impossible to know on the weekly, but I like the wick that we had on previous week right here. But what I'm seeing is also like, okay, we got one market structure, like one market regime, if you will. We have one very specific type of market structure here, but overall we have one range here. We have one range over here, and then we have a structure up here that aligns with this structure. So the question is, okay, are we exiting this market regime that we were trading in right here, or market phase, and are we entering this phase up here, or are we going to go back to the previous phase? And I'm betting on the uptrend to continue. And if it's not going to continue, then I'll get out of the trade. So that's the weekly idea. There is the possibility of entering the phase where we were trading in 2020 and 2021, and even back in 2018 and 2019. So then I go into the daily and ask myself, what's the trend? Okay, the trend is bullish. Where's the invalidation of this trend? Okay, invalidation is below 1.14. Okay, I'm going to go long on your USD, and I'm gonna manage risk based on 1.14. And where's my target? Well, target is probably going to be the high of here or the middle of that range, at 1.20 or 1.22. That's the trade. I don't need to have any levels on here. I don't need to have any horizontals, any indicators, or any trend lines. The only reason why I'm adding all of these levels and all the, you know, the moving average and everything is to give you guys, the viewers, an idea of what I'm watching. Because in my head, obviously, there's a lot of things going on, and I'm watching this chart and I'm seeing things that is not on the chart because of, you know, I've been doing this for so many years, and you all know what I'm saying. The tools that we add to the chart is just to guide it's just to build an idea, like visually show us the idea that we have. And it's exactly the same. You go onto the weekly here, and what you see is, I got one market structure here. The range is the range is clearly defined by the. I think it's better drawn on this chart here. Yeah. So if you look at the weekly here, you can see that this is the possible range that I'm looking at, and that possible range is between the dotted lines. And then I go into the daily, and I look at Like this is the overall trend that I'm looking to trade, and now we have a bounce down here. And of course, everything that I'm adding here is we can all see this without having the tools on the chart. So going back to the idea here that you talked about, Dirk, that it's like, how do I know which horizontal level is which? It's not really about the horizontal levels. It's not really about the things that you add to the chart. It's about what you know about the markets and what you intuitively feel is the right levels. Now that's, of course, you want to put that into a system as well. But I truly believe that really good trading starts at having a good understanding of what the market is doing, what the market structure is telling you, and what the trend is telling you, and getting an intuitive feel for the market. That I truly believe is the single biggest edge any trader can ask for, and it probably takes more than 5-6 years to start understanding that from an intuitive point of view. So yeah, it's not about the levels. It's absolutely not about the levels. I couldn't care less about the horizontal levels or the trend lines or the moving average or anything like that. All I care about is, okay, what is the trend telling me? Where's the invalidation? I want to get in as close to invalidation as possible. I'm going to start building a position, and hopefully I'll get an entry that is close to invalidation so that my risk to reward is as high as possible. If the invalidation level gets hit, I'm out of the trade because now the trend is something else. All right, okay, gold. I know a lot of people are asking for gold. We got John asking for gold. Dinesh is asking, he's saying, I'm bullish on gold. Please share your opinion. Of course, I'm going to share my opinion on gold. What is my opinion on gold? Okay, so we can do the same.
Sorry, will you excuse me for just a moment, like 5 minutes?
Of course, of course. So what is the what is the bias on gold? What do we think about gold right here? Well, on the daily, we can definitely look at why. Okay, let me see. We have a question here saying, why are your charts so dark and really not clear of what you're trying to show? Well, first of all, the reason why I have a dark layout on the chart is because I'm not insane. I'm gonna look at this screen every single day. If it's white background and it's bright, like I'm gonna sit like this and be like, holy shit, look at the chart. Nah, I don't want to do that. I like, and now again, your chart is not visible. Is it literally not visible? Let me go and look at the live stream. Guys, it's right there. I can see it. It's right there. So yeah, that's the main reason why, because a white background is just gonna kill my eyes. I like it this way. Let's do a poll. Is Jonatan's chart not clear? Yes or no? Let's get a chart up. Let's get a poll up. If you don't think my chart is clear, you can't see it. I'll see if I can change. You know what? I'm probably not going to change it because I really like it this way. Okay, so gold. Back to gold. Let's take a look at gold. I got the most beautiful chart. Okay, I got the most beautiful chart. If you don't like my chart, I don't know what to tell you. You have a bad taste in charts. It's a bad taste in chart, man. My chart is wonderful, beautiful. It's the biggest one, most wonderful. Best chart. Okay, back to gold. I'm bullish on gold. What can you say about gold? Okay, so on the daily, obviously, higher lows. Okay, higher lows. We can look at the overall structure for gold. Now, gold has this idea of, going into an uptrend, forming a range, breaking out, forming a range, breaking out, right? And what we see now, I believe, is a clear consolidation phase for gold with slightly bullish characteristics where the higher time frame swing points are forming as higher lows, and we're also kind of keeping in touch with that daily 50 EMA on the way upwards for gold. So I like this, right? And we can also make the possible argument of seeing a ascending triangle here, right, where we have that type of resistance. Now, I don't care if it's perfect. We're probably gonna have some people saying, "Oh, that's not." I don't care. It doesn't matter. Like, it's just we have a resistance to the upside, right? Resistance to the upside, and a trend line. We have higher lows going into equal highs, sort of, which kind of creates the idea of a potential ascending triangle. Now, of course, context matters in this case, and because of the previous price action, I wouldn't really call this ascending triangle. However, we can perhaps look at this whole structure right here as a possible ascending triangle, right? This could be like a high time frame type of ascending triangle, which we've seen in the past. We've seen that from gold in the past, where you form some type of bullish consolidation phase or pattern before breaking out to the upside. So on the high time frames, I am leaning bullish, but of course we're at resistance. Can we be bullish at resistance? Of course we can, given the context of the previous trend and the behavior of what we're seeing currently in the market. Now, we have this strong resistance here on the daily. Going into 4 hour, we're still at that resistance. What I like about the 4 hour here is that we have a break and retest of a horizontal level right here. I like that. It's also, you know, hitting that, but doesn't really matter though, because it's a very messy chart. It's a very unclear structured chart. It's all over the place, giving a lot of different signals here. So I would say I'm bullish to neutral on gold. 100% very bullish on the higher time frame long term. My long-term savings portfolio is 30% gold right now, because I do believe that long term we're going to be trading higher than we are right now, at least in this current Goldilocks market regime that we are in right now. Of course, things can change, and I might go back into cash if things change, but for now I'm definitely bullish on gold. For a trade, I'm not able to take a trade on gold here because I want to see a break and retest of this level. I want to see a break and retest of, actually, you know what, I'm going to put an alert at right about 3,380. Now, if gold breaks out, if gold breaks above this level and that alert triggers, I might look at potentially getting in on a move like this. Perhaps up to the 3,440 region. So that would be a possible trade that I would be watching on gold. Something like that. I quite like that. For now, not interested in taking a trade right now on gold. Let me know, please, if you have any other things you want me to take a look at. I'm looking at the poll right now. Is Jonatan short not clear? I think the question is very badly phrased, but it's about 50-50. It's good enough for me. But I think it's a quite badly phrased question. You guys want to know who won last week in the giveaway, don't you? Let's see if we can get a giveaway. Let me see if we can. Yeah, the 1 hours looks really good. We have a commentary saying look at the 1 hour for gold, and yeah, this is cool. This looks good. If we can get a confirmed bounce somewhere here for gold, yeah, that might be a long trade. But again, you're at resistance. You're at what I believe is high time frame resistance.
But I'm looking also at the moment for a gold long entry.
Okay, what would be your?
I want to see pullback first, maybe to probably something like 55 or 50, and then like a nice swing up again with momentum.
I'm gonna switch over to your screen.
Yeah, okay. Only so much I can say. So at the moment, you're absolutely right. We are at resistance, but and we are in a bit of a choppy market. But I could imagine that the system I'm using here would print a long signal if we see something like this, and then probably somewhere around here a long signal. I can imagine that. If it's a good trade or not, that is to be discussed then, of course, but could be a good signal that we are going to cross higher highs.
Yeah, definitely looks interesting. So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on gold here. I'm going to be adding the alert at that level that I talked about. Nelson, we have saying we must look for the fair value gap in the 1 hour. Now, I don't know much about fair value gaps, but I think that the okay, fair value gap. Now, a fair value gap is where it's like a wick, is a wick here, and
don't ask
then,
me. I've no idea what a fair value gap is. I'm actually excited to learn about it now.
okay, let me see if I can pull up a. Yeah, okay, so that's right. A fair, like it makes no sense. I don't understand the reasoning behind fair value gap. Like it seems like such an illogical thing in technical analysis, because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, to me, the most probable area is from the last high pre-break, which is that one right there, and then the immediate last high pre-break, which is that one right here. So you can see that where did this candle originate from? Where is the force in this candle? Well, it comes from when this high broke, and then you go to the left and you look at the last local right here. Like this is the area. This is the area that I believe, if you focus on this, you're gonna have a higher success rate. But then you look at what is the fair value gap. Now, a fair value gap is actually the area between that wick and this wick. So a fair value gap is this whole area right here, which, sure, it's interesting, but why does this matter? Why does the area above this level, this is the thing that I think has failed to be explained properly. Why is the area between the last high and this wick important? Why is this area important?
I could see the importance, actually, if we maybe apply a lot of the teachings that Anastasia does. So if you see there, like, oh, there's not a lot of market action at these prices, or there was not a lot of market action, a lot of orders executed at those prices, that then it can be defined as a fair value gap. From my very limited understanding, I have to say, about market depth.
Okay, so now we have Nelson saying that the fair value gap is beyond
26, okay.
Okay, 3326. But that's all the way down here. Okay, so now this is a fair value gap. Okay, but that has already been tested. So if this is the fair value gap, then you could say that this already front run. And if that is a fair value gap, then this is a fair value gap as well. So which fair value gap are we talking about? And then if that's a fair value gap, then this is a fair value gap as well, isn't it? Like that one, and then perhaps this one. Maybe it needs to be a bullish candle. I don't know. But both of these are fair value gaps. And then Kobo says it's not due to the imbalance between buy and sells that needs to be filled. Nothing needs to be filled. Nothing needs to happen. The market does not need to do anything. The market is like a discounting machine, and it's moving by the supply of like the forces of supply and demand. And let me tell you this. The big players in the gold market and the people exchanging gold and buying and selling gold and affecting the price of gold does not care about fair value gap. They do not care about the market structure on the 1 hour or the 5 minute or the one minute. All they care about is, fundamental reasons for owning and selling gold. There's nothing that the market needs to do. There are, however, some technical patterns in the market that tends to repeat itself over time, and there's a specific edge in following some of these patterns over time from, I would say, strictly mathematical conclusion, and it does not have to mean that there are any fundamental reasons for certain gaps to be filled. I think we as humans, we tend to need to have a reason for things to happen that is easily understandable by saying, oh, there's an imbalance here that needs to be filled. Well, the truth of the matter is nothing needs to be done. The market needs to do nothing. It doesn't really care about what we think about fair value gaps. The market does not know about these fair value gaps. Now, however, what we can say is that, okay, so you found a pattern in the market and it tends to repeat itself. Why is of less importance? The importance is how often does it repeat itself? What's the risk to reward of that repetition? How long has that pattern been active? I think if you start thinking about that instead of trying to find reasons for price to do certain things, I think we're going to have an easier time in trading if we try not to put our human need to explain things in a logical way. But from what I've seen is there's one pattern that I've seen work in all markets, and that is looking at the last high pre-break or the last low pre-break. Now, this is a very simple concept that you will see that I would say 99% of all the trading gurus or trading educators or mentors out there are going to talk about the last high pre-break or the last low pre-break, and they're going to talk about it in their own way, which means that they'll take the concept, and basically what it is a break and retest. It's a very known concept in the trading space that's been around ever since there have been horizontal levels, and that is a long time. So there's a lot of people out there that is going to take this concept and then make small adjustment to it and then package it in a nice way and sell it to you. But really what it is, it's basically looking at a breakout. Okay, so you have a breakout and then you look at where is the point where the breakout move originated from, and then you look at what's the highest level, the highest price of the area where the level broke. So let me explain. Now this is a resistance, right? Now if we say that, okay, this is all we know in gold. That's the highest point of the resistance that broke. We can also see that this candle right here is the candle that broke that level. So you could say that the initial breakout move originated from when this level broke. You can also see that this level is confluent with a resistance level right here. So I call, and I believe many others as well have different names for this, but what I call this is the last immediate high pre-break, and that is the last high pre-break. Combining these two, sometimes they're the same levels, but if they're not, you combine these two into a horizontal level, and this is your breakout area. Okay, this is the previous resistance, and by the concept of break and retest, we assume that prior resistance will act as support, or at least we can assume that there is a chance that prior resistance will act as support. And this is something called in the world of world of technical analysis, polarity. Okay, so you have polarity between horizontal levels. It's also called an SR flip or support and resistance flip. Very, very simple. Now you can look at this and say, okay, there's a fair value gap. It's the last high pre-break. Doesn't really matter. All that matters is you look at where's the horizontal level that broke, and you look at that and you say, this might not be resistance. It's very, very, very simple. But there's hundreds, if not thousands, of different courses with different names selling you the same thing: a break and a retest. Prior resistance turns into support. And there's so much things you can do with this in terms of trading setups. You can choose, and when you see this pattern, you can choose to put in a limit order, and this is something you have to test. But you can put in a limit order, and then you see, okay, where did the move originate from? The breakout candle was that one. So you can put your stop loss below that candle, or you can go one swing point below. So where is the closest swing point prior to breakout? That's going to be that one right here. So I'm trying to tell you how to build a trading system, right? So we know that the break and retest concept is something that is widely known and widely used in the trading space, and a lot of profitable systems are based on this. So how do you identify a horizontal level? I've just showed you what's the break and retest. I've just showed you that as well. Now I've given you two ideas to test: stop loss below the candle that broke the level, or stop loss below the last swing low prior to the breakout. That's two stop loss levels that you can test. Do you want to enter a limit order here, or do you want price to first hit the level, then show you bullish reaction and enter at market? That's two things you can test. Okay, so first you want to test entry criteria, limit or market, and you look at the statistics, which one has the best win rate, and then you look at the stop loss placement and validation, tight stop loss with this candle, or a wider stop loss. When you have that, you then go into the profit taking. What I would recommend is start looking at the last local high. So what is the last local high? The last local high is the high of the breakout move. So you got the breakout move, that's the high. And this is the setup. Super simple. This is something that I've seen when I've back tested this. This is how I've built all my trading systems. All my trading systems is created by a variation of this. Now you can also see the moving average comes in. What if the 20 EMA is in line with the entry area? Does it have higher win rate or not? What if the entry area is confluent with the 0.618 or the 50% fib? Does that increase the likelihood of a bounce? In my opinion, I would say yes to both, because I've tested this and I have a lot of data to back that up. But this is such a simple system that you easily can just take, put it into a template, manually backtest it, or just ask an AI to go through the markets and test it for you with a script. You don't have to have deep understanding of all these fancy concepts to understand this very simple thing here. So what I want to say is, I know a lot of people are like, okay, focusing on very advanced trading concepts to become profitable, when it's just in front of you, and it's been in front of you all the time. It's so incredibly simple, and the break and retest, the break and retest concept can be modified in so many different ways. And I know many systems based on this is profitable. Okay, that's just my little rant on the trading education space. And don't get me wrong, I've sold courses as well. I've been, that person that I'm saying that you maybe shouldn't be following. Okay, so, and I'm not saying that every course seller is bad, but I've been that person who has taken a concept and changed it and then repackaged it and sold it. But I've stopped doing that because it's not, I don't think it's genuine. It's not real. What is real is showing you what all of these things are based on. Like everyone that you see that creates a system based on break and retest, it's based on such simple things that is completely just free on YouTube. Just go on YouTube, search for break and retest, or just try this. It's not about the system. It's about the process. It's about how you build that system. And there's not a lot of courses out there. And you probably now understand why, because it's so easy to do. I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate on that, but I don't care.
I'm still wrapping my head, by the way, around this fair value gap thing. So I fed the chart into Claude just now and told it, can you see a fair value gap on this? And it told me, yeah, there's a fair value gap between 3356 and 3368. But I still don't know what this is supposed to tell me, honestly speaking.
Yeah, I don't think that is a fair value gap. But I you know what I can say. I've interviewed a lot of ICT traders, and fair value gap is an ICT concept. I've interviewed a lot of ICT traders, and most of them are quite profitable short term, but I've never seen a long term profitable ICT trader.
Yeah, sadly they align with most of the stuff that's out there.
Yeah.
Basically for buying, and by the way, you are totally correct on the educational part. I fall into that category as well. I also was selling educational stuff, also stuff that works, by the way, I mean, but I always saw like how people interpret also what I'm saying, or you fall back into the category, again, like, oh, show me your trade, show me your trade, show me your trades. No, I'm not going to do that, because I'm not going to give away totally my edge. And just because something is working out for me, it doesn't mean it's working out for you. I always fall back to that example of my good friend who's a very active all future trader, very successful with it. He taught me his method. I lose money with his method. Somehow I cannot wrap my head around it. For whatever reason, I cannot even pinpoint the reason. I'm not able to use his method to earn money, but he is. He's proven to me that over and over again. He even shared his account statements with me. It's crazy. I want to say one more thing about gold here, because this is one of my simple go through concepts when I look at market structure. And I've talked about this earlier this morning already. I've talked about this also last week. For me, a strong momentum move, like we've seen from gold basically since Q4 2023, is always characterized by moves upways, or if it's a downtrend, of course, that can be the opposite. Or then you have these zones of compression, like I like to call them. And I've very crudely drawn those into here with the help of these triangles. So don't kill me if you're like into chart patterns like triangles or ascending, descending stuff, and so on and so forth. It's just for illustration here, because it shows very well that after a strong move upwards, so this one here, this one here, the market likes to go into what I call this compression phase. And this compression phase almost always is resolved by a volatile outbreak, either to the upside or downside. Now, since we are still in a uptrending market for gold, my educated, or maybe you want to call it uneducated, guess also would be that we are more likely to see the outbreak to the upside. Actually, something like this I had been talking to my community about in Bitcoin. This is a quite old chart here already. So I drew this chart. You can see the arrow here when we were at the upper part of this triangle here, where I said, like, we are going to see probably this compression squeeze again. And it can be either to the downside or to the upside. Well, we got it to the upside in this case. How do I translate something like this into a trade? I don't. It's just something to be prepared for when volatility is picking up again. So it's now for me clear, okay, the trend is going to continue. Now I want to look again, where are long entries, for example, here in Bitcoin from a swing trader perspective that makes sense. Same in gold dollar. It's a good example, again, from a perspective of a swing trader now. If you're intraday scalping, so same goes for me. So this system here where I said, like, I'm waiting for a long trade in gold, nothing to do with that. But from a swing trading perspective, if I want to enter a swing trade, long or short in gold, I will wait until this pattern resolves itself, until I see either the volatile break to the upside or to the downside. And then I'm going to make my decision. I think it's a good example, these compression zones. And you see that on every chart, by the way, that has a lot of momentum to the upside or downside, that you are patient, that you're not forcing your trade entry, that you stand at the sidelines, that you think like, okay, I'm not forced to enter this trade. Maybe I look for other assets momentan that are more clear. I'm going to wait until this pattern resolves itself, and then I'm going to decide which trade I want to take. Because I mean, it's also easier, no? If you see, like, if I would tell you now, if you would see, where is it? Hold on. If you would see, like, oh, gold is breaking out, what would you do? You probably would place a buy order here at the last all-time high, which was here to continue long. Yeah, you probably wouldn't trade against the trend. At least I hope you wouldn't do that. You would try to trade with a trend here. So be a bit patient also, and don't always force yourself into a trade. Do not try to to lose sight on the longer term structure that is going on. Like if you only look at the 1 minute, at the 5 minute charts, but you're more of a swing trader, this is not going to help you very much.
Yep, that's right.
Yep.
That looks like a really good the consolidation phases there on gold.
Yeah, it's something I like to look at, because this is also why I mentioned the VIX earlier, because I am, as an option trader, as an option seller, I'm writing the options, meaning I get the premium, somebody buys the option for me, so my profit is the premium, and I need to defend that premium for the next, until the expiry of the options, which is usually 3 to 6 months down the road. So I want to sell the option when we have a high volatility right now, because I get more premium. It's like insurance. When your house has a higher chance of catching fire or being destroyed by a flood or hurricane, you have to pay a higher insurance premium. Makes sense, right? And the same it's here. So I'm looking to especially engage myself, for example, here in S&P 500 options when we see the VIX at higher levels, because I get more premium.
And you said something interesting there. When there's a high risk of your house catching fire, the premium on the insurance goes up. So the price of the insurance goes up. And that is also what we call implied volatility.
That is,
and that's
exactly
actually
implied volatility. Exactly.
Yeah, and that is also what the VIX is based on. The VIX is, I believe, 30 or 60 days forward-looking on the implied volatility on the options market for the S&P 500. So basically what it's doing is the VIX is telling us that based on the premium of the option prices, so we could say like, okay, based on the price of insurance on your house, in what we think, the risk of what will happen with that house in the near 30 days in the future, the VIX goes up and down. And I believe it goes up if there's high risk of something happening, and low if it's low.
Oh, you're breaking up, or is it me? Oh, can you guys still hear me? Is it me breaking up, or Jonatan breaking up right now? You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back now. I wasn't sure if it was me or you.
Oh, that was me. I don't know what happened there. I think I pressed.
But it was good. You had to gesture like.
Yeah, that was weird. Probably, I get very into this, get very enthusiastic. So I probably slapped my mic or did something here with the settings, and the camera decided I don't want to do this. I don't want to be working with this guy anymore. He's way too aggressive. No, but that's it's a really good example of implied volatility, and I think it's very important for traders to understand implied volatility, especially if you're doing technical analysis. Understand what is implied volatility, and what can that tell us about the future risk of the market. It's not a network issue; it's just a mental issue for me, unfortunately, with the equipment here. Okay, so guys, let's do it. Let's do a quick little giveaway. We had a giveaway. We had a giveaway last week, so I'm gonna be doing a quick draw for that. Let me see if I can pull that up. Just give me a second.
Exactly that, UK swing trader. Absolutely couldn't put it better.
Yep.
VIX always goes high when stocks goes down, so it's a good time to buy stocks at a very high level. It's a good time to sell premium, sell options. VIX is low, but it stays low the longer time, so it's more difficult, in my opinion, to time the low VIX, because it's kind of trying to forecast when is the next crash coming. But in a nutshell, exactly like that. Yeah.
Okay, so this giveaway that we're doing now or the announcement of the winners for the giveaway, this is based on last week, okay? So this is based on last week's, and we do have a giveaway going on right now as well. So this giveaway that we're doing now, this is last week. If you want to get into the giveaway that we're doing this week, you need to click the link in the description that takes you to a giveaway link. What we want you guys to do is to subscribe to the channel, sign up to the Fivers Hub, and go into we have a link to the trusted prop. I want you guys to go in there and mark the Fivers as your favorite prop firm. And then the fourth step is to answer this survey in the giveaway. Okay. So we're going to be drawing 2 winners now, and then I'm actually going to be drawing 2 winners again later in the live stream. That's going to be for last week. And at the end of today's live stream, we will be drawing a winner for today's giveaway. And we're going to be doing giveaways every single day of the week this week. So make sure that you like and subscribe and come back for every single session in the giveaway. Let's see
what is that to win, by the way?
That's a good question. Let's come up with something. What do you think they should win? Probably an evaluation account.
Yeah, that would be nice, no?
Okay, do you guys want a high stakes or a boot camp? Let me know in the comment section. High stakes or boot camp. You're either gonna get a 5K high stakes, or I believe it's like, is it 20K boot camp? Let me know in the comments. High stakes or boot camp? Elson says high stakes. UK Swing Trader says boot camp. High stakes, boot. Okay, so it's kind of like 50-50. So, okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do one high stakes, we're gonna do one high stakes 5K first. Okay.
Nice.
Let's do 5K high stakes. Let's do it. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Stuck at 50. No giveaway. Sorry about that one.
What is that? What is going on?
Just get stuck at 50. I don't know what to say.
And did you do the
No, that's just the software. Okay, let's do this again then. Yeah, sorry guys, you got scammed.
Computer says no.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Let's do it again then. Okay. Let's do it again. All right, there we go. It worked this time. Okay, AJR, congratulations, man. You just won a 5K high stakes account. Let me get. Just have to quickly.
Congrats,
share.
man.
Just have to quickly change the screen so I can.
The start of your trading career, man.
That's right. Just gonna copy this so I can send. Get your email, and then we're gonna do another one.
I still cannot get over that sound. It's like when my stop loss was hit.
Yeah.
Sorry, no food for you tonight.
Okay, so next one we're gonna do for a boot camp account. Do it.
Please get stuck again, please.
All right, we got another winner for a boot camp account. Congratulations, everyone who won. This is not the last giveaway we're doing today. We're gonna be announcing two more accounts that is going to win based on last week's giveaway, and we're also doing another giveaway today. So today and this week. Lots of giveaways happening. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go over to your screen again, Dirk, so I can copy the email here without showing it live.
Please do. Seems a bit, by the way, like the momentum on gold is going to pick up again. I'm like I said earlier, I'm really surprised that we see the US indices at the levels that they are at the moment. actually trading going on already? Yeah, there is. So what else to look on at? Not oil, because that will end in disaster again if I try to analyze oil.
Oil, yeah, that's an interesting one.
NASDAQ, yeah, I was showing earlier. This is actually a drawing that I made, I think, a week or two again. So when I said like up and away, and I drew this arrow here, so that really worked out well. We still have a lot of fund managers that missed out a lot of the rally, so that are supposed to invest in stocks, but they were kind of panicking, having a case of FUD down here. So like me, they were not expecting the V-shaped recovery, and they basically missed out, if they haven't invested yet, on 42% of performance. I mean,
That's it's
straight. That is
insane.
insane. That is insane.
I think this is one of the biggest moments in the financial industry where so many people were sidelines.
Yep.
Like,
you see that in the hedge funds return on the average as well. They are very low, at least for the first 2 quarters. And so it means they have missed out a lot of performance. I did that too here in NVIDIA. It still brings tears to my eyes. I bought below 100. I sold at 110 because I also wasn't expecting V-shaped recovery. So yeah, joke is on me. I almost would have doubled my money already with that one. But this is it.
Same here.
Like something like this high volatile trajectory recovery, same in the S&P 500. I think it's very hard to spot something like this. And then also, if you buy here, like I did, to really stay in the trade all the way up to the new all-time highs, because it defies explanation by the end of the day.
I'm going to be back in just a minute.
Yeah. So we talked already in great detail, by the way, about the US dollar earlier. So if you want an analysis about this, just scroll back the video and then you'll find it. And yeah, that's the you mean Michael Burry, Nev, or who do you? Because Michael Burry, that's the guy that predicted the housing crisis in 2008, made a lot of money. It's one of the, or he's the antagonist, not the antagonist, one of the guys in, what is the movie called again? Is it The Big Short? I forgot about it, honestly speaking. Made a lot of money, but he has been consistently since then always trying to predict that the NASDAQ or the S&P 500 is going to fall, and he has been wrong very, very many times. He also famously said that he can afford to be wrong many times because he's building his portfolio through options. You as us as retail traders more that don't have like hundreds of millions of US dollars sidelined, that's more difficult. You cannot be wrong too often, of course, at least not if you want to go all in always. And one thing that is concerning, however, is that, for example, Warren Buffett, so Berkshire Hathaway, I mean, Warren Buffett is handing over the seat now to somebody else, but Warren Buffett is also sitting, not Warren Buffett itself, but the investment company Berkshire Hathaway. They are sitting on the largest pile of cash in ratio to the assets they have under management in their history, and they have been doing so since the last quarter of 2024. So you might as well say, of course, they missed out on the V-shaped recovery here as well. But of course, they plan longer term. So they are basically seeing something that we might not be seeing yet. So they are betting on a crash to then go into stocks again once the sentiment is very, very bad. Something last time Warren Buffett did actually in 2008 when he bought up after the crash banks like Goldman Sachs, like JP Morgan, for pennies for the stocks as well. Yes, and Warren Buffett is also, like Neff says, buying yen stocks at the moment, which I think is a good idea as well. Talking about tech stocks, I think in the combination Warren Buffett and tech stocks is a little bit a difficult one, in my opinion. A lot of people I know are arguing like, oh, AI is going the same way like the dot-com bubble. So if we zoom out all the way to the early 2000s, we don't have the data here on that actually, but where we had like prolonged years of bear markets when the dot-com bubble burst. And I don't think Warren Buffett necessarily is a very good tech investor. He has failed to understand Bitcoin. He has called it red poison squared, I think. So he's more of a classic value investor looking for stocks that he can buy where eventually he'll get a dividend a couple of years down the road that is equal to what he paid for the stock price. So every time you get a dividend, it's basically a 100% performance. Yeah, dollar yen, I'm seeing there. I think we have not spoken about this one yet. One of my worst trades, actually, to be honest, in the past 2.5 months. Because I built up a short position in dollar yen through options at 145 a while ago, was forced to hedge it at around 147 to 148 because the premium basically would have been used up. So I hedged the position. I said last week on Wednesday when I was doing the Beyond the Ticker podcast with LJ, which takes place every 2 weeks on ABL. So if you're interested in that, you might want to join that as well, where we talk like about more in depth about what is going fundamentally on, what are our models saying. So not so much chart analysis, but more of a talk about fundamentals as well. And I was surprised because all my models that especially analyze still at the moment the difference between the 10-year yield in treasuries in the US dollar or in the USA and Japan point into one direction, saying that dollar yen is extremely overvalued when it comes to the dollar, that we should see more equilibrium price around 135 to 130. However, this is a good example also how an analysis and how the actual trade can differentiate sometimes. I still think my analysis is valid there. The way I executed the trade, however, was bad. I basically FOMO'd into the trade. I didn't wait until a pullback, and I paid the price for this. That I didn't earn money with this trade. So you can have a good analysis and still lose money on a trade. And I think this is a good or bad, in my case, example for this. You're back, man. Or you're still busy?
I am back, but I'm always busy. Got a lot of messages. The thing, what I do here is I've overslept today. Okay, and if I do that, it is catastrophic because then I have to like quickly go through all the things that I need to prepare for the live stream. Then I start the live stream, and then all of the day is gone because I'm live between my time. I'm live between 10:30 to 11:30. And then I have lunch, and my kid is at home, and my fiance at home. So it's like I'm not gonna be able to like just stress through lunch, Yeah. And I can't work while I'm having lunch. So I got lunch, and then I'm on after lunch, and then it's like all the things that I did not do in the morning before I then have to do in the evening. So it's so frustrating because I usually get up at like. I usually try to start work at like between 7 and 8. So I get up try to get like breakfast around 7 or something like that. And today I woke up at 8:30, which is just like way too late.
I had that on Saturday. I was like prepared. Normally I wake up around 5:30 to 6 o'clock. And I woke up Saturday morning, looked at my clock, it was 9. It's like, what? That was, I think the last time I slept until 9 was like, probably like 7 years ago before my daughter was born.
Yeah, no, it's...
But it tells you also something about that your body, needs to regenerate, needs rest.
Absolutely. And that's absolutely what I needed. Yeah, that's 100% what I needed this morning. So I'm grateful that I've listened to my body because So last 3 week actually, my son's been at home and my fiance just got a new position, so she can't really take any time off because obviously you can't start a new position and say like, oh, by the way, I'm not going to be working. So so she started a new position. Something happened with the day school, so they had to shut it down for a couple of weeks. So he's been at home for 3 weeks. I've been working full time with him at home for 3 weeks, and it's been insanely stressful, like just crazy amount of stress. So now my fiance is home this week, so I can finally relax. And I think when I started relaxing, I just slept for a very long time.
But be happy that you did it, because the alternative probably would have been that you get sick, like the flu or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let's see. Let's see. What was I saying? Yeah. Okay. Gold. Yeah, because I looked at. I wanted to share with you gold because something happened on.
It's moving higher. It didn't go low.
Yeah. This is actually a sign of. This is a sign of a high.
But it doesn't make sense. Look at the US futures right now. They are like super bullish at the moment, trying to go over the all-time highs right now, and gold also going up. That doesn't make sense.
Well. It kind of does make sense though, because I feel like the economy is growing. I mean, we're kind of in that Goldilocks zone with inflation being not, inflation not going completely out of control. We've seen that inflation from the tariffs have kind of started showing up in the data, but not as much as people might have thought. And while the economy is expanding and growing and things are looking actually not too bad, we also have a lot of uncertainty. So I think maybe this could actually be a situation where gold is performing well because people are thinking that there might be some potential uncertainty coming up, but the market is doing very well, so people are still wanting to be invested in the stock market. I feel like both gold and the stock market can potentially perform quite well in this scenario.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe it's a combination of liquidity pushing still into the stock markets, while the uncertainty regarding the US dollar also plays a role there.
I think, when having these conversations, and I talked about this last week as well, when having these conversations, one thing that you could do is just, test your theory, basically. And we can do that by looking at adding the S&P 500 to the chart of gold. And what we see here is that gold, I mean, in this period, I mean, there is some, of course, some deviations here where you had.
Was that early 2025? Or?
I believe this is this is the tariffs, right?
No,
This
I
is
mean the
the.
whole structure where it inverts a little bit. Where
You mean here?
no, a little bit further to the right. Wait, what is the purple line on your chart?
Purple or red or whatever, that's the
S&P
S&P 500.
When you have a time where the S&P, had this little crash down there, and then the recovery where the performance of gold and the S&P 500 deviated. So it must have been like probably April, or when did that start? February or something like this.
You mean this or this?
No, the
Here.
first one. No, to the right, the first one you pointed. The big crash of the S&P 500.
Here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, exactly that one.
This is April. This is when Trump announced the tariffs.
Because I noticed also beginning of a year until, probably it was actually April, there was a large deviation between the correlation of Bitcoin, gold, and the M2 money supply. And I also said back then, this is probably because of Trump and his talks about tariffs.
Yeah, definitely. I think But if you look at the bigger picture, the overall trend for both of these markets, I would say that you have obviously between this period and this period, you have a negative correlation.
Yeah.
But other than this period, you have a positive correlation.
Yeah.
Gold and S&P 500 has basically moved to the upside. Together on the bigger on the higher time frames.
I did an analysis about this since 2009 and regarding Bitcoin and the correlation to gold, NASDAQ, the S&P 500, and economic data, especially the inflation rate last week, because I wanted to forecast the price of Bitcoin. So the classic problem and the classic solution, time series problem. And it turned out that the third highest correlation Bitcoin has is to gold. The highest one is to the Nasdaq. Second highest is the S&P 500. The third highest is gold. So that kind of supports the narrative of Bitcoin being digital gold. Of course, also shows like that all four of them are perceived as risk on assets. Surprisingly, by the way, another very high correlation is between Bitcoin and the inflation rate. That's something I didn't expect to see.
So a positive correlation.
A positive correlation, yeah.
So when the interest rate goes up, gold goes up.
Bitcoin and gold, because they are heavily correlated. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. That is interesting.
And then I tried to make a forecast model out of this, but it didn't turn out to be something usable. Basically, it was like a 50.2% chance of forecasting the right tendency. So it's Bitcoin going up or down the next day, which basically is a coin flip. The 0.2% are because of insufficient data.
Yeah, it's different. It's easy for us to visually see the trends on the charts, but it's a lot of times very difficult to quantify it and put it into numbers and find mathematical patterns for these correlations and try to predict what's going to happen in the future. But it is very interesting. Henry says so when Powell will cut rates, Bitcoin might crash. No, I don't. That to me makes not a lot of sense. I think that if he cuts rates now, that would be fantastic for risk assets. But long term, no, you don't think that?
No, I don't think so. First of all, he's not going to cut interest rates now. And usually, when a central bank cuts interest rates, there's a reason for that. The reason being that either inflation is super low, we are in an area of deflation, which is bad for the economy, or you have like something going on in the economy that the Fed needs to stimulate. So the first reaction, a couple of weeks, usually is quite negative. The first reaction on the day, of course, positive, maybe the next 2 or 3 days. But then for a couple of weeks, you see underperforming risk on assets usually until the liquidity catches up again that's injected into the system. Also, you have to be careful here not to mistake correlation and causation. And what do I mean by this? Very often, and this is something I notice, especially when looking at the correlation between Bitcoin and the M2 money supply. I saw, for example, a lot of charts out there that said like, oh, the M2 money supply is front running Bitcoin by 10 weeks or by 30 days, some say also. When they put out charts there where the M2 is shifted to the right, and the price of Bitcoin seems like it's following the M2 money supply. I also did a lot of extensive research on that, and it's not true. It's not true. It just looks like this on the chart, but it's the same like saying by the end of the day that, oh, when the summer is hot, there are a lot of people drowning in lakes, but ice cream sales are very high. So ice cream sales must be the causation for people drowning, which of course doesn't make any sense, and it's the same here. You really have to be careful to not mistake correlation for causation. A high correlation mean there's probably an underlying complex effect that both go up at the same time. not one is going up because the other one is going up. It's one of the most common mistakes that not only beginners make, but also a lot of seasonal pros make.
I've actually put on the interest rates here at the I don't know which interest rate this is. It says it's at 1.7 now, or it says plus 1.7,000%.
I think
obviously, I don't.
You need. Yeah, what is that? Yeah.
This is the U.S. interest rates, but I think maybe I have to put it on. Okay, so 4.5.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
So I mean,
you see
the
like
market,
interest rates going higher, inflation going high, still Bitcoin going up, no?
Yeah, but here as well, you have now interest rate is was flat up here. Interest rate goes down significantly, but Bitcoin continues higher. I don't see to me, I don't see a major correlation between interest rates and Bitcoin. Looking at this one, in 2000, I mean, if I would look at this at the bull run in 16, 17, I would definitely say, oh yeah, that there's a positive correlation here. But then there's other times when that correlation is not true. So you also have to be careful in which part of the chart are you focused on, and just because both of these goes up does not mean there's some causation here at all. I mean, they're correlated, yes, but like you said, might not have anything to do with each other at all. So yeah, that's one of the more difficult things in technical analysis, to understand what's causing the correlation. And
I think we as humans, we are prone. We always like to see patterns in everything. It's ingrained in us, as I said many times before, probably from when we were still living somewhere in the jungle or woods somewhere, and when we were hunters and gatherers, and we were depending of looking into an array of trees and spotting where the predator is. So we like to see patterns where patterns are not really existent. One of the major traps when it comes to technical analysis, in my opinion, and almost impossible to overcome if you're not working with a lot of data to disprove you or prove you right, hopefully also.
Yeah, and I've been in that position as well, where you see that the data is not confirming your idea, and it's sometimes difficult to accept.
Absolutely.
That is a very human quality,
Especially if you spend a lot of time, on developing a trading strategy. Maybe you sit there for 20, 30, 40 hours, and then it turns up, well, it's not worth pursuing. Difficult to accept.
Yeah. That could definitely be very, very difficult. Let's see. Trying to... Maybe you can look at those. I got so many messages. I just have to go through a couple of messages here regarding the giveaway.
Well, okay, sure. What else do you guys? I mean, we still have at least on Jonatan's and my part of his stream, about 5 minutes left until Mike is going to join us. I don't know if no. I think LJ is on holiday. Yeah, is on holiday because I took over him this morning on ABL. So Mike is going to be there, maybe with some backup as well. Pound sterling, Canada dollar. I've seen you asking a number of times. Sorry, man, I cannot say anything to that because I'm not trading that pair, and so bear with me. I don't want to tell you, some BS here and make up stuff just for the sake of sharing something here. It's a bit of a, like I said, if you would ask me to put this morning trading session, European session, into a couple of words, I would say it's a weird session because of good performing US futures and still also gold on the rise here. So actually, you might see that change a little bit and see a little bit of more volatility coming in later. I'm quite happy that up to now I haven't done any trading in gold. But that's the tendency we also see very often from those early morning sessions. on Mondays, especially on days where we don't have economic data coming in. That it's, that the market takes a little bit of time until finding itself. But yeah, I think later on the picture is probably going to become more, I'm not going to say obvious, but clearer, more chances when it comes to technical things. Yeah, I forgot to switch over to my chart. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, let's go. I saw some of you also earlier asking about the DAX. The DAX lacking a little bit the performance at the moment of the US indices, but we have to say that it front run a lot of performance also, and this is due especially to military stocks. In the case of the German DAX, especially Rheinmetall, which is a German defense company, military equipment company, who had like a huge performance and were in large part the sole driver also of the performance of the DAX. In general, there is a reason why I, as a German, am not invested at all in German shares, because I see every day here, sadly, how the economy is declining and how jobs are cut. We see that in the machinery industry at the moment, that is exporting, which is one of the greatest German export goods, and especially, of course, is exporting also to the USA, and where there are jobs cuts of people who have been with companies like for 20, 25 years and still, they get fired and probably have a hard time finding a new job everywhere. Germany also not a digital company, I almost said, country at all. So if you want to get a new ID, like what is it called, a travel pass or something like this. If you want to register your car, you have to do that by paper and by physical appearance. For many instances, it's a huge problem amongst other high cost environments for companies. And sadly, if I have to invest into an economy for the next 20 years, it's not going to be Germany. And I say that as a German with my heart bleeding. And this is one of the reasons I do not trade the DAX.
That's surprising. I mean, it's surprising because we all know that German engineers are, top quality, and we've, for me, the way that if I look at German products, I know that they're usually very high quality, very good production quality. But it's very surprising to hear that the processes are so manual. Like here in Sweden, I think you do everything online.
No,
like
nothing.
Everything digital.
Almost zero. I applied in February, beginning of February. My daughter needed a new passport for international travel. So it took us almost 5 weeks to get an appointment for that, because you have to book them online, but they are all booked out because they only have like a number of slots available. So every morning at 8, you log into that, you hopefully get an appointment. Lucky for us, we got an appointment also in the holidays for her. So we went there, I had to present all those documents, okay, whatever. And then it took 14 weeks for the passport to be produced. 14 weeks. And you even paid like 50 or 60 euros for it. It's insane. And it's with everything. I have a friend who bought a new car. He wants to register this car. The earliest appointment he got for that is 10 weeks in the future. And then we said, well, but in the meantime, you need to keep your car in a private garage. And he said, I don't have a private garage. I park my car on the road. I live like city center Berlin. Nobody has a private garage here. Yeah, we don't care, then you have to rent one. And I could go on and on and on about this. We have a lot of traditional German companies, one of them being Miele. They produce like white appliances like dishwashers, fridges, washing machines, and so on. They are producing in Poland, for example, right now, because they say it's too expensive in Germany. Energy cost, the cost of labor, it just doesn't make sense for us anymore. If we stay here, we're going bankrupt.
That's crazy, because I remember I was going to buy a washing machine, and I went with Bosch, I believe. But I looked at Miele and I figured like, it's German quality, it's good stuff.
They have still good quality compared to others, but their quality has declined as well. Miele used to be the type of washing machine you buy one and then you can use it for like 30 or 40 years. Put it
Exactly.
into your
Exactly.
inheritance. It's not like this anymore. It's all plastic now.
Yeah, we have a company doing washing machines here in Sweden as well, and they're actually still producing in Sweden. But I know they've talked about moving out of Sweden. But these I mean, these developed countries are starting to become very expensive for producing anything, which I guess it's good for developing countries, but it's cheaper.
But go, for example, don't want to be an advocate for China, for example, right now. But if you go to a city like Beijing or Shanghai and you see what's going on there, and not by far, not everything is good. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not a fan of an oppressive regime and anything there, but if you've been there and when you fly back to Berlin, you feel like you're landing in a third world. Really?
Yeah,
In a
I've
third world.
heard that as well. China being very much more developed in certain aspects.
All right, we have Mikey Mike in the background.
Yeah, produced in the UK, but living in Poland. High quality. It's a British quality, British humor with a little bit of a Polish twist. Oh,
Irish.
there's also some Irish in there. So yeah, you never know what's gonna happen when that Irish comes out.
Riots.
Riots.
and a lot of Guinness.
Yeah, right.
So you want us to play your intro and hand over?
We're all ready. Let's go. Give it up, Mike.
Hello. How are we all doing? Happy Monday, everybody. If I haven't seen you already this morning over on ABL with myself and Dirk, well, frankly, where were you is the first thing I should be asking you. But if I haven't seen you, then good to see you. Hope you're well. Who have we got in the chat? We've got Ned, we've got Stephen, we've got Boss Trader, we've got Nora. Good to see you, Nora. Andreas. What else is happening? We've got Rain BFX. We've got somebody. Oh, that's me. I was going to say we've got Mike from ABL, but that's me. I was in the chat as well. Kim as well, Louis as well. Good to see you guys. Hope you guys are all doing well. How's everyone enjoying the technical day today? It's a little bit meh, isn't it? I mean, I feel like we need to get the meh indicator out, but actually, it's not going to do anything for us because it just summarizes how the market is right now. So yeah, let's go straight into it. Have a look. Let's see what the market is doing. Gold is seeing a bit of a sell-off right now. We're testing this support area here, down here. Whether we hold that or not, I'm not too sure. I think we will, because if you look here, the move started here with an inside bar. Let's get that. I don't know why that's there. And we still have other levels up here as well. So I do think we're probably going to start to see some buyers coming in. But let's see. These impulsive move downs tend to suggest that price is going to reverse. We've got some liquidity down here, so potentially we could see a price take this low before we start pumping higher. If we go back over earlier, do we have anything to target? Well, we do. So we have 28. We have this one here. We do actually have quite a bit of major liquidity further down below, don't we? So maybe, just maybe, before New York, we're going to see us break the structure, come lower before we then maybe go higher. Possible. But we are already at 0.4% up on the day for gold. And as an engulfing candle forming right now on the 1 hour, this 1 hour candle is going to be very interesting to see how it plays out, whether we're looking at sells or buys today. So we'll keep an eye on that. Kind of hooked back in on this one. Let's see, on the 3 hour, 3 hours looking less convincing. 3 hours left an inside bar on either side of us. So that means that this low is actually major liquidity now. It's not necessarily support. Let's go look further out. The 4 hour, we did technically turn around, should we say. 7 hour, reacting off this wick area. 8 hour, see that this is where I think we're actually probably going higher, because we've had a lot of moves on the 8 hour and the 9 hour and I think the 11 hour. Yep, we had a lot of engulfing candles to the upside. So I do think we're going to see some moves heading up, but we will see how price wants to play out. Let's just make sure my camera is picking me up. There we go. So you don't see half my face, especially not if it's not the good side. So yeah, so I think if we can see a reaction down here on the lower time frames, then gold we might see reverse. This is the last area of liquidity. So if we see it reject away from it, which it doesn't look like it is going to right now, then I'd expect us to go higher. It's not a bad rejection. Let's wait and see. But certainly see how it's left that level there. If we can see it wick away from that, see that wick retested and push higher, then I'd be looking at buys potentially on gold right now. But it's a risky trade, because as I say, we've got these levels here. But certainly at the moment, that suggests that we might be leaving it behind for later. Got to wait and see. Let's have a look on the other time frames. 3 minute more encouraging, 2 minute somewhat, 5 minutes, still another minute and a half to go on that one. 7 minute now. 7 minute was structured this way. Those of you ask me, why do I look at the 7 minute? This is why it gives me a different perspective. And the same on the 11 minute as well. So the 11 minute also suggesting that we might see a reaction from this. Only 20 seconds left on that 11 minute candle. So if it closes strongly down lower, then I would suspect that sells are going to continue for the time being. So let's keep an eye on that. And on the daily, we are curling in a triangle. Yeah, we are. It's just consolidating into one spot, really, isn't it? So yeah, but let's look at how does it look on the 1 minute. Yeah, it's still left that area, so it's not impossible, but let's wait and see how that 5 minute closes. That 5 minute, I really want to see it reject up. That's a better start. There we go. I would be taking a buy on gold right now, looking at that. Take a market order. Take your order there, stick your stops just below there, and look for the other side of the liquidity. So look for these highs up here, and potentially take us higher for us to sell later on, because we still have these areas higher up. So that's probably a nice, if you risk a small amount, could be a 6R. So risk, 0.2 on an account, and you could see yourself getting back a nice return on that one. So not financial advice, not a signal, not a trade that you should take unless it makes sense to you, but could be an opportunity on gold right now for buys. As you can see on the 5 minute, it's wicked somewhat up and rejected that level. It's not a perfect rejection, but certainly we've got this trail of liquidity here, and it's formed a sort of structure to say that it's leaving it. If it breaks that 1 minute candle, it suggests that actually it wasn't the right call. It hasn't broken it yet. It's maybe leaving an inside bar now. Let's see. Got a level there and a level there. So we'll see. It hasn't broken that structure. Those two candles on the 1 minute. These ones here. 1, 2. And it's wicking back up. Inside bar on either side. Still in this trade potentially. But it needs to make sense to you as well. So don't come after me if it doesn't work out. But it was something that I was looking at as Dirk and Jonatan were chatting, and it is a possible trade idea. So yeah, don't necessarily jump into it foolhardy. You know, make sure it fits your strategy, but possibly a trade idea there. Maya is out of the DAX. Long trade with break even does not look good for longs for you. Let's have a look at the DAX. I see Akram is looking at the DAX as well, I believe. DAX for longs. Let me just pull this up on my other one, on my MT5. What's the DAX been doing? I mean, DAX overall is showing a kind of a rangy period, let's say. We go out to the 4 hour. It has broken those highs, but it's not been as convincing as the other markets, or the other indices. So I wouldn't be too certain on the DAX. If we have a look at it here right now, we're sitting in the middle. So not a convincing setup right now, necessarily. You've got liquidity for us to target down here, for example, on the 4 hour. If we go out to the daily, let's see what's the daily been doing lately. I haven't looked at the DAX lately, if I'm honest. This previous candle on Friday suggests sellers are in control, so I'd be very, very careful about that one. Is my advice. I wouldn't be too convinced about that one at the moment. But you know, take your positions as you like them. But you see, it's already tested that pretty much half of that candle from Friday. Looks like it could be selling. If I was to look at it, where do we see it on the 5 minute? This wick here took out all of this structure, so maybe look for a retest of this wick. Is probably what I'd be looking at, potentially on that. I can't quite tell if gold has broken the structure that I mentioned earlier on my MT5, so just have a quick look. I think it's holding. Let's see. Not quite. It's taken this level of liquidity here. It hasn't broken this low, but it's not really what you'd want to see. It's not terrible, but the fact that it didn't respect this engulfing candle here suggests that maybe this isn't yet a buy opportunity. As you can see here on the 11 minute, we didn't reject very strongly. But let's see on the 15 minute. Yeah, the 15 minute hasn't really left anything. That's the thing. So there's no real levels here for us to target on the 15 minute. So 22 minute, again, not convincing, but we'll see. 1 minute showing some strength at the moment, so it could still be a buy opportunity for anyone that wants to get in on a buy. But again, make sure it matches your own strategy, right? We'll see how this 1 minute closes. If it rejects strongly from taking this area, it actually suggests it's going to do is what I thought it was going to do from these levels here, and actually leave this behind and come down lower. That's not a bad close, so it might still go higher. How did it open? Yeah, it's taken that point and it has left this level down here. So I think what we're probably going to do is going to get that spike. There you go. And we'll start to see us come for these levels here. For example, you've got this wickless candle here, and you also have an inside bar there. and another one up here. So there's lots and lots of liquidity, major liquidity for price to come and target on the lower time frames. So I would suspect what we're probably going to see is see us go for these higher levels. You can see the 1 hour candle. At the moment, it's rejecting within that 1 hour candle right now. We've got 14 minutes left. So potentially starting to see us push up. But that 1 minute candle that I mentioned where there's no wick down there is also a 15-minute candle. So gold not being very clear at the moment. That's what I would say. Yeah, exactly, Stephen. Exactly that. No problem at all, Akram. My pleasure, my friend. Andy B, what is my full-time job? My full-time job, other than a father to two kids, which is most definitely a full-time job, I am also leading the project for the AlphaBeta Lab. So if you're not familiar with the AlphaBeta Lab, where have you been, frankly? We've been around for a good few months. You got the link on your screen right now, and it should also be in the description down below. But the AlphaBeta Lab is a platform that we're building out as an education platform for free to educate you on all of the ins and outs of the financial markets. We're starting very, very modestly and very small, but we've got massive, big plans for the future. So I work for the AlphaBeta Lab, leading that project, and I also work on various other bits and pieces as well, and have my own projects, AI-based projects and other ventures and things like that. I also run a cafe with my wife, so all sorts of different things. So Maya says, fatherhood is the most difficult but beautiful job. Damn right. It is not an easy job, but also very enjoyable. So yeah. Izzy, I can see you posting pound CAD, but what do you want from pound CAD? Give me some context and I can look at it. So, you got Akram saying to me, Mike, can you check the DAX longs in the 5-minute time frame? That I can do. But if you're just asking me to look at pound CAD because you want me to give you a signal or something, you gotta go look alternative places for that kind of stuff, I'm afraid, because you won't get that from me. I'm waiting for gold to come to 33.61 to look for buys. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's chopping around at the moment. As you can see here, it's leaving these levels here. Let me just hide this trade idea for the minute, and I'll show you guys what I'm seeing. You can see liquidity there. You can see liquidity there. So it's staying away from this here. And if you remember what we've got on the 1 hour, we've got this, what could in theory be an engulfing candle to the downside. If that does form, then actually I wouldn't be looking necessarily for longs. I'm looking for this to be our support structure right now. So if it doesn't hold, I wouldn't be convinced about those longs at all at that area. Higher time frames, yes. Higher time frames do look good for longs. The 3 hour, the 4 hour, the 5 hour is reacting off this wick rejection that we had over on Wednesday after the news. And that's the big one. I think it was the retail news, retail sales for the US, if I'm not mistaken. So I do think we're coming higher. We've got this 11-day candle that closed as an inside bar. So seeing us come into this kind of 380 area would be my expectation before we start looking for sales. But again, we've got to take into account that we've already gone up by 0.4% on the day. So we're already seeing a lot of strength in the dollar right now. And we've got to bear in mind that the US is going to open in pre-market in just over an hour as well. So keep that in the back of your mind. Nev is saying, just make sure the little ones are tired all the time so you can get work done. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Hamid, I don't know. You've got to make the decision yourself, my friend. I can't tell you whether you should get in on these trades or not. You've got to make the decisions yourself. I'm not going to tell you what trade to get in or not to get in. Right now, looks all right. Looks decent. It's broken this high here, suggesting further strength. But I'm still looking at sells overall. Reason being is where you see these little levels here and all of this, you've got to watch out. Okay, so these are going to be areas that price is going to be drawn to as well. So as long as you can see either wick rejections or engulfing candles where they're tested as well, then that's giving you confidence and confluence to get in on these trades. Again, we're thinking in the back of our minds, what's the hourly doing right now? The hourly had this wick rejection in the previous hour. Now it's pushing up. If that continues, then it gives us confidence that actually it isn't going to be a bearish engulfing candle pushing us to the downside. It's actually going to bounce off this area and reject within that 1 hour candle. So in other words, what's the 30-minute going to be doing? Well, the 30-minute is reacting off this bullish candle here, and it's also creating potentially bullish momentum to the upside as well. So that's why I look at the different time frames, because you get a different perspective than you would do otherwise. So yeah, let's look at the 50-minute. 50-minute looking good. In fact, the 50-minute is started with an engulfing a wickless candle here. 90-minute as well, hasn't taken the low yet. It's got another 37 minutes there. So overall, I would say that long right now is looking okay. But you've got to kind of just watch how price action plays out. At the moment, as you can see, it's leaving lots of what I would describe as major liquidity. So we've got to also keep in mind as to what structure we're forming in at the moment. We're still within this structure here. Okay, we haven't broken this low, we haven't broken this high. So just got to keep that in the back of your minds. But at the moment, looks good for buys right now. Be happy makes happy. I'm sorry if that's the case. That's a limitation on the streaming side of things. So I can't do much about that, I'm afraid. But hopefully you can see the general gist, the general idea of what I'm trading at the moment. Looking at inside bars, looking at wickless candles to make sure that those are where price is going to head. Let's see. Jellyfish, give me more context. Tell me what you can see. What can you see on Euro JPY? And I'll go and look at it. No problem looking at it, but I want you guys to look at it. All right, I want you guys to tell me, what are you seeing? Same with you, Music Devil. Tell me what you're seeing. All right, I've given you guys an example of gold. If you took that trade, you're already at what, 2R, right? So, if you then did your own analysis and looked at it, well then, you should have an idea as to what you're looking for. Mike, how do you identify a valid area of demand or supply zone? I don't look at it as supply and demand. I mean, you just call it what you want to call it, but I look at zones where I think there's going to be a reaction, and those zones, for me, the high probability setups come from where you have an engulfing candle, whether it be bullish or bearish. You see those zones come up again and again and again. So, for example, if I was to say to you where I think price might react from, just as an example on the 1 minute, okay, I'm going to say here, right? Now the reason for that, this little pocket here, it may or may not happen, right? But that little pocket in there, okay, the reason being is that you had this engulfing candle where price reacted from, sold off, but then wasn't respected later on. If we look further back, we can see we have the same thing here. So this little pocket here is potentially going to be an area where price is going to react from. So I refine it that way, but I look at the bigger picture as well. So again, you've got one here. Price hasn't come back to retest it, so that's an untested area. So again, I want to see what price is going to do when it gets to that part. Beyond that, this one's a really nice area. As you can see here, we have this engulfing candle, got retested here, got tested again, and sold off, right? So if you'd seen this third retest on this area, then got in on the sell there, then you could have sold it for, what's that? Roughly speaking, being realistic, you could have sold it for what's that? 60 pips, 64 pips. So that's why I look for those areas, and I zoom in and zoom out. So you can see there that top one that I marked out is also valid on the 5 minute. If I go out into the 15 minute, it's somewhat valid as well on the 15 minute, because the 15 minute created 1, 2, 3 selling candles, right? So we've got to bear in mind this 15 minute candle has opened with a wickless candle. So how far we're going to go, I'm not sure. Probably might only just get as high as testing these wicks here, which is why I'm only looking at buying up to this area here as a maximum buy. So Nev says, not looking at anything right now, been long during mid-Asia on BP, I guess you mean GBP USD and gold, and just holding small part positions now. Yeah, not a bad shout at all, Nev. You can see here, let me just lock that trade so it doesn't move. We're now seeing prices come and taken this level, okay, and it's created these two engulfing candles to the other side. So actually, if you're in this trade, I'd wait and see how this 1 minute plays out. But if it gets rejected again from these two wicks, you might be looking at sells. Okay, so if you did take that buy trade, there you go, you're safe. So those two engulfing candles, they weren't respected. It's pushed higher. So probably going to see the next area of resistance coming up to this little pocket here. Again, you want to see how is price going to react to it. Is it going to sell off from here? Is it just going to be momentary? Again, looking at the wider picture, looking at other time frames, seeing is there a bigger structure in there, a bigger support area where price has reacted from it in the past. If not, then you're probably safe. But that's how I look at it. So Stephen says that's the one you're referring to. Glad to hear it. Beverly is asking, is there a difference between Forex market opens and stock market opening times? Yeah, Forex is 24/7 with a rollover overnight, whereas stock markets are particularly on the stock exchange for each of those exchanges where the indices sit and where the stocks sit. So you'll hear different sessions opening. So where you can see on our screen right now, down at the bottom, just below me, just where are you? Down there. Okay, those are based on pre-market conditions and pre-market. Okay, so that it's not the stock market, but it's traders in New York who are trading pre-market, on Forex and things like that. But actual stock buys and sells are very fixed in their hours. There we go, gold going higher. So it looks like those longs are still in for the time being. What's the survey for? Asks Adi. I guess the survey is to understand what you guys want from the live trading room. We put together this live trading room, or Jonathan puts together this live trading room, and he wants to make sure that you guys get the most out of it, and that we're not just doing random stuff for no real reason or no real purpose. So we want to make sure that you guys get the best out of this. We want to make this the best live trading stream available. So it would be foolhardy of Jonathan to assume that he knows what you guys want. So he's asking you guys. So yeah, there you go. Chowdhury, if you go back through the stream, you will see the reason I took that trade. Go back about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and I talk you through why I took this trade. So yeah, if you took this one, congratulations. Is a very nice trade. Let's have a look. This one has opened wickless as well. So we just need to see now, where is it going to stall? At what point are we likely to see price stall against it? it's kind of reached a point here with this where this was rejected. See how it didn't hold. So there's this little pocket in here, and we're also in this little pocket in here. See that one there? So you might want to be careful now, because the way that's wicking at the moment is quite strong. So let's see. If we still see a spike back up in the last few seconds of this candle, there we go, then it might not be too bad, and we might see that continuation higher up. But we've got to constantly just keep an eye on those. Yeah, there you go. So probably time to get out of that trade, because we have wicked straight off this little pocket. But let's just before we're too hasty, let's see, what are we looking at on the other time frames? Where have we bounced off from? 14 minutes, 15 minutes. Yeah, see, we did have this little structure here. Half an hour. It's just got to wait and see sometimes with these, see how it plays out. You see the 50-minute looks like it could still go higher. The 90-minute as well, still got half an hour left on it. That 1 hour candle just closed like that. It could just be that we're just retesting these lows. So I would hold for now, wait and see what happens with the retest of this wick, this one here. If we see us reject again, ideally from this pocket here, then that could then be an indication to get out of those buys and start looking for sells maybe. But we'll wait and see. Let's go have a look at something else whilst that plays out. Looks good at the moment. EU looking very strong right now. Certainly looks like it's making a bit of a breakout on the 1 minute. Where's it going? Probably up into this pocket here, but certainly looks like sells at the moment, I would say. Let's have a look at the 4 hour. Yeah, we've got this nice little envelope here, just in here. So that would be a nice area to potentially look for sells on EU. Again, thinking of maybe seeing more strength coming into the dollar. So let's see, with that sticky economy that they've got, there we go. Look, you've got levels down there to targeting as well on the 4 hour. So sells look reasonable. This is going to be your next support area on EU. Somewhere there is going to be the support area that you look for. If you're going to try and take sells there, that's where you want to look for potential take profit. We've got some levels down here as well on the 11 hour. So this would be a nice pocket, I think, to consider for sells on EU. Just looking to see if there's anything else higher up. I mean, there is liquidity higher up, but if you look at it, it looks like this is quite a strong structure here to look for sells. On the daily, again, 1, 2 wick rejections. This one here was the big one. Wednesday was the wasn't that when Trump touted the idea of firing Powell or something like that? Wasn't that what that was? So it could have been that. So yeah, so there you go. But that would be, even just here tapping into this, I mean, that's probably the stronger one to look for, but certainly looks like you might see sells come in. Let's have a look, maybe even somewhere there potentially for EU. So in and around 165, something like that, as a possible area for sells. That gold that we had, gold is still going. Let me just pull that one up. So looks like we're still heading higher. 5 minute looking good. We broke past these levels, broke past this one, and yeah, looks like TP should be good for that one, as far as that's concerned. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. No, yeah, you do need to watch out. I mean, the thing is, there's so many different factors that move the markets, but yeah, that is definitely one of them for sure. Gold has on the 30-minute time 3 times tested yesterday's London high. I guess you mean Friday's London high. But yes, it has tested. I'm assuming what you mean by this one here. It's somewhat tested it. It hasn't come down and actually reached it. But yeah, if that's what you look at, then certainly looks like that's a solid assessment on that one. 15 minutes still waiting to see if we can push higher on the 5-minute. Again, this close suggests going higher, but let's look at elsewhere. I would say, looking at how the 7-minute and the 11-minute, I would say we're still looking at higher highs on this. So that's what I would. That's why I would stick with this gold long for the time being. I'm afraid I don't have that functionality, but I will pass it on. Okay. Nick Skill to 9, buy, sell, please guide. Need to just pay attention. Follow what we're talking about. Follow what we see, and go from there. See now how we've come into this little pocket that I marked out earlier, and we've rejected away from this inside bar. Got this engulfing candle here. Let me just hide this trade again. We've got this engulfing candle suggesting going higher, but we've wicked away from this inside bar, and we've tapped into this that wasn't respected previously. So now we've just got to wait and see how this one plays out, and take it from there. Would it not be a bad idea to look for sells if it retests this? Yes, it could do, Davis, but I'm looking at multiple time frames here, so I want to see us form a structure. Right now, I'm looking on the 1 minute as that's our current support. If that gets broken, then sells are in. At the moment, that wick rejection has created, I think, yep, perfect equal highs. So exactly the same highs, meaning that's now major liquidity as well. So I'm looking for price to come up higher and take those levels. There you go. And off it goes. So we're still going higher for the time being, guys. So we pull back that long position. We've broken past this structure that I had marked out, so we can close that and potentially look through higher positions once again. This is certainly a nice target area to see us react from. Maybe then sell from 33.68, which is what you have, Davis. So certainly a reasonable area. You can see we've taken that one there. Our move, though, has been filled with things like this, which is another wickless candle. So we're seeing impulsive moves where candles are opening up with no wick, so there's no equilibrium there at the highs. So there we go. Taken that level now. Again, very, very impulsive, very, very strong moves. So now we just want to see, I mean, it's hit that take profit. So that's already a nice, what's that, a 6R trade that we had from the beginning of the stream, or the beginning of the segment. So now I think we've taken the high. Have we taken the high there? Or have we? Yes, we've taken the high there. So actually it's probably going to go higher still. Whether it reacts from here or not remains to be seen. But certainly a nice nice 6R trade. If you caught that one, congratulations. It certainly looks like a nice one to start the week, I would say. Broken past this segment, So again, it looks like we're going to be coming up to, I would suspect, somewhere here. So those 33.68s aren't ready yet, I would say, Davis. I would be holding off on those for the time being. Next turning point could be in here, as we've got this candle here where we rejected from. When price came back to it, it smashed through it. So what you might see is we take this level here, and then we start to see sells come in. So maybe the 33.69 area instead of 33.68. So yeah. And Stephen says that is a nice trade and the timing was perfect the way you took it. Thank you very much, Stephen. Yeah, when these ones work, they work very, very nicely indeed. So, whether you took that one, depending on where you got in, would determine obviously how much of a winning trade you would have gotten from that. But sometimes that's all you got to look for, is just to mark out the structure, mark out the levels and the zones, and then look for the reactions in those zones. So that's our gold. Let's go have a look at what else is happening. We didn't have any news today, so it's very much a technical day today. Pound is generally up on the day, as you can see here, except for against the yen, where it's down. So pound is like last week. I think it was the pound dollar that was the outlier, where it was down and everything else was up. Now it's the pound yen that's down on the day. So just going to keep an eye on that one. Just going back to gold, because gold is rejecting from here at the moment. Let's just see what's it doing. Because it's the whole move has kept going with these impulsive candles. So you then just want to wait and see, can you find the sell opportunity. At the moment, 54, 55, so that's not an equal low. Looks like it wants to push higher, but again, just got to monitor it on all the different time frames. So GU, much like EU, probably going to come into this pocket and maybe then look for sells. If pound has been quite strong, then you would expect it to pull back down. We've got these levels from last week that we've come and taken, so you can see all of those that I would have marked out last week, and we're now in this pocket similarly to where we were on EU. So EU, what did I say? We've come into this little pocket here. So now it's a question of trying to see where are we going to see the sellers come in. It doesn't like this pocket. It doesn't like this this one that I marked out earlier. So it's coming higher for something else. What that might be is probably somewhere like this, somewhere in there maybe, where you've got this candle retested here. I mean, if you wanted to really refine it, you might go there, but I would probably be looking for something like that as a possible opportunity for the sells on EU, bearing in mind that we've got New York opening in due course. So yeah. Alde, good to see you. Hope you are well, my friend. Shri, there is EU for you. I hope that is what you're looking for. And Void says that trade kept going, and I'm in German DAX fighting with it. It's so tough. It makes onions cry. It does, Akram. It really does. It really does. Yeah, that gold is still going. Gold is still going. So if you held on to that gold, congratulations. If you took it in the first place, and if you held on to it, because it's going higher, and probably coming up to 33.77. If it just powers through, then it's probably going to push on up, take this level, then look for sells. Because if you look at how the candles are closing, all of these 5 minutes, everything's closing without any kind of wick rejection. The current 1 minute retested these areas and pushing higher. So certainly looks like we are gaining momentum. 30 minute as well. Still got 15 minutes left on that, but again, looking very, very strong. That 15-minute candle closed very nicely. So just want to see how this little pocket reacts. So this one has also opened without a wick. So it might not be the case that we go all the way to 77. We may just stop because the way we're opening up all of these other candles suggests that price is going to want to come down and take all of these different levels. So just keep an eye on it. As I say, this might be the area to look for. We're already in a pocket for the 15-minute. As you can see here, we're in this little area. So we want to see us reject from this this 3-hour inside bar that I mentioned earlier. Either reject away from it or take it and then look for sells. So we just got to bide our time. There we go. That's the 3-hour inside bar taken. And we now want to see right where we are right now. We want to see a price rejection, which we didn't get. So we're going higher. Gold is going higher. So I'll leave these levels here because these will probably be pullback reactions, possibly for further continuation. So yeah. Nev still waiting for it to break the tops. Broken the tops, my friend. Idris, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're well. But yeah, let me know, guys, what you're seeing and whether any of you took that trade. Certainly, if you're still in it, let's go and have a look. What does it look like for you right now? If you're still in it from when I called it, it's currently at a 10R trade from 50 minutes ago on gold. These aren't always the the way they play out, but that's certainly a very nice one at the moment. If it goes to that 33.77 area, which is the next natural major liquidity, it might not go all that way. It may reject from it. Let's just see if we've got anything on the higher time frames for it to target. It may come up all the way up to here. So yeah, I mean the longs, I mentioned at the beginning, the longs looked good. But yeah, got to see how it plays out. Ahmed says he's looking for, or he started selling. Okay, be careful, Ahmed. Boss traders in from 33.66. So in from here, nicely done. Diego took the trade but is already out. That's all good, Diego. You took your profits. That's all that's important. Yeah, guys, don't. The only thing is with this, right? Rain smoke. Don't go chasing trade ideas that you see on live streams, please. For the sake of your own account equity and balance. If let's say you've gotten in here, right, and you're in this trade, okay. If you're getting in there, okay, who's to say it doesn't react from here? So is that going to be your profit at half an hour? That's the thing you've got to be careful of. So if you're seeing a trade idea because you jumped into a live stream, you go, oh, this guy's got this amazing trade. Wow, amazing, fantastic. You've joined us. If you've joined just now, what you would have seen was actually my TP was up here, right? All I'm doing is just talking through what would have been the trade if you left it open, potentially, to leave it running higher. The original trade was 6R. This one now could be theoretically 18R, right? But that's how I've managed this trade, talking to you guys and going through it as it happens, right? So please don't go jumping into trades late or anything else, because you can always get caught out by rejections one way or the other. Okay. Nev says, based on my own trade plan as a swing trade from 33.58, taken partials. Sounds good, Nev. Sounds good, my friend. And Shadi has taken profit on Euro USD. Let's have a look. What did you take, Shadi? You took I'm guessing you probably took a buy, if that's right. If so, congratulations. Not sure if it's finished just yet. I think it's probably got a little bit more to go on Euro USD. I'd be looking for it to come up to this area here. So we'll see how that one plays out. Wider picture, let's have a look at what the Dixie's doing. The Dixie's actually showing a fair bit of weakness so far for the start of the week, and it has broken the previous lows. Doesn't necessarily mean it's just gonna fall off a cliff. It's still got a bit of a gap here, so there's no certainties in trading one way or the other. So if you've caught that, then congratulations. Rain Smoke says, I got in the trade before I saw the live stream. All good, man. All good. Just don't want you jumping into trades just because you see them on a live stream. Like a melody in my head. Not sure I follow CO2 Gaming, but okay. Gold going higher. Still going higher. So stalled somewhat where it is right now. It's just thinking about it, what it wants to do. When you look at it from the 5 minute, that's not really a surprise, given it's pulled back down. It's probably going to sell off down here, maybe take this low and then push higher, or it might leave it. But where it is, it's gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 5 minute bullish candles. So there's a lot of momentum in there. It's got to take a bit of a breather, which is what it's doing right now. So yeah, but it is I think still in for a good opportunity on those longs, and then we'll be looking for sells at some point. Whether that happens during this live stream or not, I don't know, because you've got me for another 35 minutes or so. So we'll see how that plays out. That's a nice rejection on the 1 minute, but let's see how it plays out. See, it's just wicking back off. So probably coming down to there. Let's just lock that so it doesn't bounce around, and let's move it to the back. Send to the back. There we go. Hopefully it doesn't. Well, it kind of still does, unfortunately. That's the one thing with TradingView, is those horrible I see. Sade. Yes. Sorry, yes. Taken 2 trades from this and done well. Congratulations, CO2. Glad to hear it, my friend. Enjoy those profits. Let's see what else we can get from gold today. Still think we're probably gonna leave a stall here, 33.72. So just got to be careful of that. But the fact that we've broken, if you look on that 30-minute candle, look at that. We retested that wick. We pulled back down. If you remember when we started this wick, this candle, sorry, wicked back down there, and off we went. So very, very nice setup there, and still expecting us to sell. Okay. If you look at where we are right now, we're at 0.65 on the day. So considering the ATR and everything else that we're going to have on gold, shouldn't expect it to go too much higher, unless Mr. Trump wakes up and decides to tell the world what to do or how to do it or something like that. Excuse me while I have a glass of water. So yeah, but let's have a look. I haven't looked at the strength scores in this segment. So today, currently, the yen and the pound looking strong. The yen, this is why we're seeing that outlier. The yen is just simply stronger than the pound, which is why the pound is down against the yen, but still up against everything else. Euro also looking strong. So if that was the case, some of you are probably thinking, well, Mike, if that's the case, then why would you be looking for sells against pound and euro against the dollar, right? So where I was saying, pound, it's in this area already. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it just carry on? Why wouldn't it just move higher? That may well be the case, but you've got to remember about how far price is likely to move and what are the catalysts to make it move on any given day. Today we've got no planned major economic news, and it's a Monday. It's summer season, so always got to keep all of those things in the back of your mind as to what may or may not trigger price to move. Okay. At the moment, we can see GU has broken out of this consolidation here, and now has maybe started to form a structure for sells. Let's have a look. Just about looks good for sells in this wider area. Leaving this level behind could be good for sells. Not a great setup, partly because actually no, it's okay. Actually good for sells. I think the way it's moved, I can see lots of wickless candles and things like that down here, so GU for sells might not be too bad right now. US opens up, maybe some strength comes into the dollar, maybe the indices which have been buying up so far pre-New York, they might pull back down before any further moves higher. So those are things to keep an eye on for that. But GU at the moment looks good. It's got this nice engulfing candle here. It's taken the high and now looking to sell potentially. So GU sells, yep, there you go. GU sells looking good at the moment. Sanj says, good afternoon, I hope you're well. Just wanted to understand what time frames you favor when trading gold. I tend to use 4 hour and 1 hour for direction, 30 minute and 15 minute for support level, and 1 minute for entry. Sanj, my time frames, you can see them all along the top here, my friend, and I think you've asked me this before. So all of these time frames, I don't use any particular single time frame. I look for confluence and setups that match the structure that I'm looking for. At the moment, I can see this one on the 1 minute, and I can see it on the 5 minute, and I can see it on the 15 minute, which is why I would say that short on GU was a good shout. So where did I call it? Let's say I called it there, roughly, right? Stops just above the move and pull it down, right? And is it going to go that far? Possibly not. So you might look for it down to here, let's say, right, where it's got these 15-minute wicks pushing to the upside, and that might be a nice, 5R trade on that one, for example. Meanwhile, on gold, we're still going higher. We're into that higher pocket, but we are still going higher. In fact, we've broken that pocket, and it looks like we're going to go for that 77. Let's go and see what have we got stopping us. We have that wick there, but that, as I say, that wick it's not very strong because it's that inside bar on the 11-day. So it's not necessarily a strong support area. So we have to wait and see. That's what, the 30-minute? Let's see. Let's see, what structure do we have actually in that wick? Let's look what's sitting there. So what have we got? So on the 5 minute, we can see that there's an inside bar there. On the 3 minute, let's see. Yeah, it's also 3 minute just above it, just there. So that's why it's coming for all of these levels. And it's then just a question of whether it's going to react from anything at the top of those wicks, or if it's just going to aim to take it. I would suspect it's going to aim to take it. But you just want to see how does it structure, how does it form in that structure, right? Let's have a look. Yeah, so there's more liquidity up here as well. And if we watch how it's forming right now on the 1 minute, it's still coming for those levels. There's no wick rejections or anything in there. So it looks like it still wants to go higher. So, yeah. Sound of heaven, I cannot turn on the closed captions, I'm afraid. I don't have that setting available to me. I'm sorry. Davis says got in a sell at 1972, stop loss at 1973. Did you get taken out? 1973.5. Looks like you got taken out there, Davis. I'm afraid. What was your setup there? What was it you were looking for exactly? At the moment, we're just forming on the 1 minute. You can see we've got this structure now. That, I mean, we could bounce off what I've previously marked out, but we could also just bounce off this one down here. So, but at the moment, that long on gold looks very, very good. So these things happen. You know, if you didn't have a high risk on that trade, then you know, you go again and see what didn't work, what did work, and go from there. Monday seems like a profitable day. It certainly seems that way. Certainly seems that way. So yeah. Just waiting to see if this will be our next. If it breaks lower, that's our next support area to see maybe some kind of push higher. What we want to see is we want to see some kind of structure that says that it wants to leave these major levels, these major liquidity levels, and some kind of rejection. At the moment, it's not forming any of it. You see the candles are all closing very, very strongly. So it doesn't suggest that price is suddenly going to stop, right? The 7 minute maybe, the 11 minute maybe, but what are they reacting from? Wick rejection. But as I say, those are the only ones showing it. 14 minute already closed, 15 minute closed very, very strongly. So, so yeah, I would wait and see it. If you're still in this gold, I would still be holding it for the time being because it might bounce off one of these two areas before going higher. Let's go see if Euro USD has started to sell yet. It's tapped into that little pocket that I mentioned. So Euro USD might also be ready for sells. If you're looking at sells on Euro USD, it could well be time for those with where it's set up at the moment on the 1 minute. Again, it's come into that pocket on the 4 hour, on the lower time frame as well. So possibly an opportunity for that. But ideally, I'd like to see further confirmation against that at the moment. On the 15 minute, it's probably not going to be until this little area here. In that one, I'd be preferring to see it there, if I'm being honest with you. So there we go. So we look on 50 minute. It looks like a nice area for reactions. Seems reasonable. It seems reasonable for EU maybe to come a little bit higher first before we start selling. USD JPY. Let's have a look at USD JPY. We've got levels of liquidity down here as far as I can see. Yep, we do. Let's just check. Yep. So we've got something like that on the 50 minute, which is quite a big, strong area to be targeted. We've got 45 minutes inside bars lower down as well, down there. So suggests that there might be some continued weakness in the dollar against the yen, and we saw that the yen is very strong today, so that's not entirely surprising. So Sade's taking her gold. Abdul says gold is trapping the retailers. Said says took the trade and still in on gold. Christopher says first time finding your channel. Great stuff. Do you cover silver as well? What effects of gold movement is mostly due to US dollar drop? I'll come back to that in a second. I'm going to buy on gold already, safe in profits and left a runner. Do you have a suggested price target for today? So going back to gold, I theoretically, if this, I closed this trade. Where did I close this trade, guys? Let me unlock it. So I initially closed it here, I think it was, at the 6R level. somewhere around there in that area. If I was going to have left it, I'd probably be looking at this 33.77 area as an area for me to take profits if I was leaving it running. But it has pulled back a bit now, so now I just want to see how it plays out on the lower time frames. So I think we've still got. I still think we're going long, but it's. You can see there we've got an inside bar. So we'll see how that wick there. I'm just going to hide that trade idea. Hasn't quite come down to this little pocket, so you might see it still come down and then push up, or it might just use this wick as support itself. So yeah. So we do look at silver. If you want us to look at silver, if there's anything in particular that you see and you want us to take a look and compare, then we're happy to do so. Share the details and we will. But silver, most of us aren't particularly big fans of silver because it's not a very nice asset to trade. It's got lots of wicks. So yeah. And as far as the gold movement being due to the US dollar drop, gold is somewhat a bit of an outlier at the moment. If you look at it at the daily time frame, it's kind of going against the trend, because theoretically, if everyone's a bit worried and a bit scared, then everyone should be buying up gold. Right now, at the moment, everyone's buying up gold on the daily time frame. You can see we've had this bullish momentum coming into gold. But then we're seeing the same thing on things like Bitcoin and the indices and all those others. So normally when you see that, the indices and everything else pumping, then you see gold come off. So it's a bit of an uncertain one. And I'm certainly not the best person to answer that question. But we have the likes of LJ, who'll be back tomorrow, and we have the likes of Dirk, who was here this morning, and many others who are far more au fait with the fundamentals than I am with my technical analysis. Below key resistance at 33.75 with technical indicators hinting at renewed bullish momentum. A breakout could open the path toward 34.50 and April's highs near 3,500, while 32.80 remains crucial support. Possibly. EU could be good for sells. Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier. Let's have a look. Let's go back to EU. Put it back up. Yeah, it's not quite there yet. EU. I'd be waiting for it to come up here for EU to sell. That's just my thoughts on it, but it may well be good for sells. Depends what kind of trade you're looking at. If you're looking at really tight stops, like I do, for me it's not ready. I'd like it to come up here, and then I'd be looking to get into an entry on the 1 minute. Right now on the 1 minute, there's too much chop. It's a bit too messy, is what I would say. Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, you've kind of got structure forming to the downside, you've got structure forming to the upside. There's definitely sells, I think, possible, given the fact that we have this level here, for example. But then you've also got inside bars on the other side as well. So right now, it's not forming a clear picture just yet. So I'd be waiting on my hands for the time being with EU, just for the time. Wait and see how it plays out. But certainly it looks, you can see all, I'm just looking at it as a naked chart. In terms of candles, I can just see lots and lots of levels in here where price is likely to want to come and take them as part of the sells. So that's what I'll be looking at. You can see it's taken that inside bar and probably going to push higher. Let's have a look at that gold trade again. Let's go back to gold. Still holding. Still probably going to go higher. So going back to the question from Christopher, I think it was, on silver. So silver right now, at least on the 1 minute, is very rangy. 5 minute, it's been pushing higher. On the 4 hour, let's go out. 4 hour, we had this significant push. I haven't looked at silver for a while, so let's see. Gone up here, we've come down. We've not really managed to close below the 50% of this move, so it does suggest further longs coming in. I don't know. I hate trying to call silver. Silver's just one of those ones where I don't like silver. Don't ask me why. I wouldn't want to give you anything false hope on silver one way or the other. Gold, I feel more comfortable saying, yeah, I think we've still got a bit more room to go higher, and then potentially look for sells. Could you please enable auto-generated captions? Sound of heaven. As I said, I cannot turn on closed captions. I don't have that functionality. I don't have the permissions to do it. I don't manage the live stream. I'm just a host. Okay, so I cannot turn them on. What I can do is I can slow down how I'm speaking, and I can make it a bit clearer for you, and just let me know if that helps. Raining smoke. What is your thoughts on the orb strategy? I have no thoughts on the orb strategy because I have no idea what it is. So if you care to enlighten me, then I'll be happy to give you an opinion, but I've never heard of it. So maybe I should have done. Miguel is saying, try slowing the playback speed, might make it easier to understand, or I can just slow myself down as well if that's needed. On gold, where would you consider the not necessarily. No. I mean, gold, thing with gold is it's got these levels higher up, and it hasn't created any rejection yet of those levels here. So I still think there's still room for gold to go higher, right? If you look at where it is, it just, for me, that's still going higher. So I wouldn't be touching anything resembling a sell on gold. I'd be waiting until we get past the 11-day inside bar that we created last week, and then take a decision from there. That would be my my view on gold at the moment. Mohammed, if you want to get in on a sell on gold, good luck to you, my friend. I wouldn't be doing it just yet. Thank you, Swing. The opening range breakout. I haven't studied it. So even knowing what opening range breakout, I'm assuming it's over a period of time when the market's open, New York opens, for example, and you then look for the range that's created at the open, and you look for a breakout of that. I haven't studied it in great detail. I've heard of those kind of strategies, but I've never looked into them in great detail. So Nev, I don't trade silver, but I do look at it to see what gold may do if silver is pushing, possibly. Orb is the first 15 minutes of any market open. Okay, there we go. I'd need to back test it and check it. So yeah, if it's popular these days, it just goes to show you how much I'm not paying attention, and I'm just focusing on my own stuff. So yeah. Sir Bliss, is that a Polish reference to dogs? Let's have a look at the NAS. So the NAS, yes, we've had some pushes higher, but if we look at that on a trend line basis, for example, we've broken that trend line and we're now looking for sells, which is what you would probably expect pre-New York. And you're probably going to start to see some strength come into the dollar, so weakness come into the indices before we kind of get an understanding as to what the day is going to look like. You can see here that EU still hasn't started to sell, as NAS hasn't started to sell either. It's kind of a little bit rangy, as you can see there on the 5-minute. So NAS probably going to see a bit of a sell when market opens, and then be looking for probably some more buys coming in. If we go back to gold, I think gold has just taken those levels that I marked out. So let's have a look. There we go. It's coming up to take those levels. So it's taken that one, for example, and it wants to push higher, I suspect, to come and take the others as well. So again, just be careful. Don't get caught out. with anything unexpected. If you're seeing a trade on gold, fair enough, but don't assume that gold is going to sell just because it's gone higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. That's not how gold necessarily works. Yes, there's a lot of impulsive moves, but don't try and kind of cap it at what you think it's going to do. Look at the indicators, look at the levels, look at your strategy, and don't go in blindly thinking that you're going to find some sells in one place or another. Oh, well, it's been buying, it's got to start selling. It will, but when it's ready, not when you want it to necessarily. So. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I do think there's going to be sell opportunities on gold. I just don't think not yet. So we've taken that level. Let's see how we push up higher. On the 1 minute, as you can see here, we've pushed on higher. But the reason I'm looking for sells afterwards is look at all these little inside bars, all these little pockets of liquidity, right? For example, that one is a wickless candle, right? So there's all these levels that price is leaving behind. So that's why I'm of the belief that you'll catch the buys up to a certain level. We want to see what happens in this gap here. How can I mark this one out? Let me think about how to mark this out. I want to just leave it like that. I want to know what's going to happen in this area here, basically, right? So what's going to happen here? Okay, we're going to start to see sells coming into this pocket or not, or are we going to take this high at the 11-day inside bar? That's what I want to see. And then if we see a structure form in this pocket, then great, start looking for sells. If we don't, then I suspect we're going to be then looking to see how far do we think we're going to go? Are we going to go and take these higher levels here at 33.82 or 87? That's where we've got to then, understand what's sitting in this structure, right? What's in here? Okay, so we know that this is a 1 hour inside bar here, so it could be that it comes and takes this level here as well, and then reacts off sort of 33, 84, 85 area, something like that. Yeah. If we go to the 2 hour, let's see, 2 hour, we can see that we're tapped into here. So again, you might see it in this wick, right? So your sells might come in and around this area here, maybe, if they're coming in, all right? So we'll see how it plays out, but that's a possibility. Yeah. Is EU ready for sells? Let's have a look. Could be getting there. It's come into that little pocket that I marked out earlier. So EU could well be getting close to those sells that we were looking for earlier. Again, I just want to see a structure form, because this engulfing to the upside suggests more bullish momentum. I want to see some kind of structure here. At the moment, I'm not seeing anything on the 1 minute at least. We want to see what are we going to find? I mean, we've got this change of direction here, so it's certainly in a nice pocket. So yes, you could potentially see it, but right now I'd be waiting my hands, because the 5 minute, if you look at the 5 minute, is closing very, very strongly. So that's why you still want to wait and see for the 1 minute structure to form, to confirm those sells right now. See how that 1 minute tapped in and is actually pushed higher. So not ready just yet. As far as I'm concerned. ZKU, I'm not 100% on that, but Jonatan will be back later and he'll be able to confirm. So there we go. Now, this engulfing candle on. So we've got a giveaway throughout the day. I think the draws are taking place. Jonathan's going to be doing those. He's already done one earlier. I think it was, I don't want to say wrong, I think it was AJR that was a winner. Yeah, stick around. More giveaways are going to be coming. 2 more giveaways at the end of the stream. There you go. So I don't have anything to give you other than myself and my commentary on the markets, but hopefully that's enough for you whilst you wait for the giveaways. If you're only here for the giveaways, well then, you know, it's a bit sad, isn't it? Come on, learn something whilst you're here. Gold still pushing higher, still kind of stalling a little bit, still expecting it to go higher, is my view. We have theoretically seen, let's have it, no, again, no, it hasn't. We've got this engulfing to the downside, so want to see whether this holds now, and then you might start to see sells on gold, because the 5-minute has rejected off this liquidity level here, so it could be that the sells now start to come in. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see, 15-minute, still got 7 minutes to go. 11 minutes, still got 4 minutes to go. 10-minute didn't reject particularly strongly, neither did the 7-minute. Half an hour, nothing doing. I think gold is still going to go higher, but don't hold me to that. That's my my theory anyway. I think we'll take these highs and then we'll start to sell from kind of 33.85, but that's a long way up. So we'll see how that one plays out. 7 minutes left of my segment, guys, the ABL segment. So if you have anything else that you want me to take a look at, then let me know. Exactly, Nev. Exactly. I gave you guys a gold trade, which was currently. Let's have a look. Did I hide it? Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Where's it gone? Did I delete it? Can't have deleted it, surely. Maybe I did. I think I might have deleted it. Oh dear. Oh well. Gold trade was down here. Taking the buy from down here and buying all the way up here. So yeah, that was a nice buy if you did catch it, guys. I'd be holding, if you are still in it, I'd still be holding, is my view. But if anyone saw what I did with the gold trade marked out on the chart, let me know. Because I don't really want to have to undo everything and go back and change it all. Pradeep Kumar is asking about EU again. Is EU showing sells? Yes, EU is showing sells. Yep. EU is showing sells indeed. It has taken the high, and the 1 hour, you kind of, the next 5 minutes, you want to see a really strong sell momentum. So if you're getting in, get in now, and sell off from there on the 1 hour. And you know, stick your I'd even go to there and I'd be trading down to the range. So it's an 8R potentially there, if you're getting in now. But yeah, it's not doing it very strongly, so I'd be careful. So, but theoretically on the 1 minute, yes, it does look semi decent, but just want to see it kind of react from maybe from this one here. I don't think that's, yeah, so there's a high there, So it does look okay for sells, but it's not wonderful, right? It's not a clean setup. And if you think about with gold, where we have this big wick up here that I'm theoretically targeting up here, well, then it's the same principle for EU as well. So I'd be in two minds. So Sakil, you can sell gold whenever you want, but I wouldn't, is my personal view. Beverly's asking about USD CAD for longs on the 5 minute. Let's have a look. That's on the 2 hour. 2 hour certainly looks to be in a nice position already. The 5 minute, yes, not a bad shout, Beverly. I'd be cautious. I would be cautious. Just, I don't like the structure down below. It's not a bad shout. You've got this little pocket here that it's reacted from, but it's not wonderful. It's 50 minute looks okay. 90 minute less so. As I said, the 2 hour looks alright. The 1 hour, yeah. 4 hour looks decent, but again, you've got to look out for like these little levels down here. So trend line up, yes, you could argue that there's a long opportunity there. So yeah, but I mean, you've got New York pre-open coming up, so I'd maybe just sit on your hands and wait and see how it plays out. Your gold was 33.63.56, open close 33.68. I'm not sure I follow Nev. If you're asking what the trade was on gold, it was down here. So it was down, what was it, 33.63.56. There you go. That was the gold. Stops just below it, and we were taking it up to there roughly. I think it was. Well, actually, no, I think it was up to here. Was it? Somewhere in this area, but it's still going. So if you'd held it, there you go. It's going higher. I think there it is. So if you'd held it, it was a 13R. That doesn't seem right. I'm sure my entry was lower. I don't know what the entry was, but I'm sure it was. Targets were up here, and that was giving me a 6R, so it was roughly. Targets were what there, I think, and it was something like that, probably in and around that area. But yeah, so all in all, a nice trade on gold to start the week, and currently would have been a 16R. So yeah. Oh, okay, fair enough, Nev. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, so curious, is anyone still holding that gold long? Anyone still holding it? I want to know. I can see Jonatan in the background, ready to take you into the next segment. He's probably going to turn around and he's going to say to me, "What the hell is this rubbish? What is this silly music you've got going?" and all this other stuff. But, oh, here he is. Oh, I forgot he can hear me. But he's also muted.
Yeah, I was muted. Okay, let's listen to the music. I've muted it, but let's see.
You've muted it.
Yeah, no, this is really bad. This is bad. But you know what I mean? It is what it is. That gold trade of yours, though, that is not too bad. That's amazing. That's a really, really good trade right there.
Yeah. So,
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking to kind of... Someone loves the music. Nice. I mean, we all have different tastes, you know what I mean? We all have different tastes in stop loss placement and...
the music is exclusive. Oh, terrible feedback. The music is part of the ABL segment. It's part of what makes ABL unique, you know?
All right.
So.
Well, okay. You guys want the music on? Okay, you guys want the music on. We're gonna do the music. Christopher Eriksson, you're probably from Sweden. Welcome, my Viking brother. Hope you're doing good. You're doing good. All right. So what I want to do now is I want to do a giveaway. I want to do. I want to be sharing that little giveaway with you guys. Where do we have that one? I got so many tabs open here. I don't even know which one is which.
So how about I play the outro for my segment and give you a minute to get yourself together?
Oh, you want to leave, will you? You want to leave?
You want me to stay?
Nah. That's all right. You can leave.
So you're just jealous because I got the gold trade. That's all.
Yeah, that's a good trade. That is really a good trade.
Yeah. So, I mean, my original TP was down here, but anyone who held on to it, it's going nicely. So
yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So
good
yeah.
trade.
Anyway, I'll play my outro then, and then you can do your thing.
Do it.
Alrighty. Cheers, guys. I'll be back again tomorrow, and you can catch me also on ABL in the morning with LJ. See
awesome. Thank you, Mike. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm the outro. You see this? All right. All right, everyone, let's go. Here we go. It is I and let's do this. You guys ready? Guys ready to win some accounts? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's make some noise. Oh, Mike, you're here. You're on the screen.
Why have you
I didn't do anything. I promise I did not do anything. Right, guys, let's like the live stream. I want to go into YouTube. I want you to go in there and I wanted to hit the like button. Let's tell the YouTube algorithm that it's time to check out the 5ers live trading room. We're about to make some money. Not only about to make some money, we're about to give away some accounts. We're gonna go one account now and then one account later. That means we've total 4 accounts been giving away today. Let me know, guys, you want a high stakes account or bootcamp account? Let me know, high stakes account or a bootcamp account. I'm gonna give you a minute and we'll see what you guys decide upon. High stakes 5k or bootcamp 20k. High stakes 5k or bootcamp 20k. L Saint said, I'm gonna keep the music on. I like the music. Don't tell Mike though, but I like the music. Okay, we got a high stakes. Steven says, welcome back, Jonatan. I've never left. I'm always here. Fortunately, always here. I don't have much of a life, so all I do is just hang around. Okay, we got Nev saying high stakes, Star saying high stakes. We got high stakes, boot camp, book camp. Yeah, we can do a book camp as well. Louis says boot camp. Okay, now what I want you guys right now, like, give me the best reason wins. Okay, the best reason wins. Give me a really good reason why we should do high stakes. No, never mind. Let's just do a high stakes. Okay, let's go. We're doing a high stakes. Enough. Well, stuck at 50 again. It's not me. I promise it's not me. It is not me. I guess we gotta do another one. Oh, I gotta confirm that I'm human again? That's not gonna work because I am a human, but if it tells me to like select all the bicycles, we're gonna be here for 10 minutes. Let's just confirm. Like, I don't know. Like, come on. Okay, all good. Let's go. We're gonna do one account. Let's try it another one. One more time. One more time. And I get stuck at 50. There we go. Who's the winner? Eagle L. Congratulations, man. You won a high stakes 5K high stakes bootcamp account. No, no. No, not a high stakes bootcamp account. You won a 5K high stakes account, and that's it. All right, thank you everyone for joining today. Sounds like it was the end, but it's not. Okay, I'm gonna get Deanna. Do you want me to pull you up? I can actually hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. We can talk in the background. Okay, I'm gonna add you. There we go. What's up, Deanna? Welcome.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing? Who's the winner?
I'm good. The winner, Eagle L. We're doing a giveaway. So actually, this was the announcing the winners of last week's giveaway. We are actually doing giveaway today as well. So that's the first. No, that's the third one. Then we're gonna do another one later today.
Awesome.
How's
I don't know why my lighting is so dark today. Weird.
It is a little bit dark, yeah. And now
Yeah.
I put you on full screen. Man, I'm sweating. It's so hot here. It's incredible.
Hot in Sweden.
Yeah, it is. It's like 30, 32 Celsius, which is quite for Sweden. It's very warm.
Yeah. How was your
Right,
weekend?
I was just gonna ask you, how's your? But then you asked me first, so I'm gonna go ahead and answer that first. My weekend was fantastic. I've been just on a beach all weekend, which is nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
been good.
amazing.
I went to this place. It's like 10 minutes away from here. I lived in this town for 12 years, and I've never been there. It's like 10 minutes away from here with the car, and it's like a very popular beach. It's sort of like almost like a tourist destination. So I feel like living here, I'm not a tourist. I shouldn't go there.
Right.
Then I went there, and it's like the perfect place. So now I went there every day.
That's awesome. I bet your kids loved it.
Yeah, they did. It's a really cool, big, nice beach and camping in the middle of the forest and then big lake. Yeah, so good time.
That's awesome. I'm glad you had a good weekend. Hello to everyone in the chat. I see the chat is busy this morning, or morning for me. I know it's not morning for you, but looks like the chat's busy. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I'm ready for a new week.
How was your weekend?
It was great. I was traveling for the last week and a half. So the weekend was actually just driving home. So it was going to be my entire family, including our dogs. So we drove, and then on the last minute, my oldest son wasn't able to come, so the dogs stayed here, but we drove anyway. So it was fun.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice. Have you been? So you haven't been trading much then?
No, I've still been trading as usual.
All right, of course.
Still trading as usual, yeah. And definitely right now, I heard Mike talking about gold earlier. I popped on a little bit earlier, and he was talking about gold. Gold is starting to be a little bit more interesting than it has been recently, and the indices obviously have been very interesting and definitely have caught my eye. So this could be another interesting week. It's been a good month so far, and excited to see what the rest of the week has to hold for us.
Definitely. Looking at the indices here, it's we broke into new all-time highs last week. We also had Bitcoin recently breaking into new all-time highs, and we got some interesting crypto regulation, crypto bill passing Congress in the US last week as well. So a lot of things happening on that end, and of course then the S&P 500 breaking into new all-time highs. We got NASDAQ breaking into new all-time highs as well. And it's not really, even though we're not trading in all-time highs right now, and we haven't gotten that push to the upside today, we're still technically, I would say, in the all-time high price discovery region here, and not seeing much of a pullback. I actually really think that on the S&P 500, this is like a really good retest right here. So let's see if we can get, if we get below this local higher low here on the 4-hour, then maybe we'll see some temporary weakness coming in here. But I feel like the US economy is strong, and investors are obviously thinking the same here. The stock market is extremely strong.
Yeah.
So many interesting opportunities here throughout the week. We also don't have a lot of news events, which is perfect. This is a paradise for a technical trader.
Yeah, no news this today at all, high impact news, and then the next event isn't until Thursday, the next high impact news event. So it's at least relevant to the US market. So it's kind of quiet, planned news event. Of course, always Trump could tweet something and that could change really fast, but otherwise, news-wise, it's kind of a quiet one. Second half of the month, a little bit quieter, calmer conditions potentially.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be very interesting as a technical trader here in the next few days. But we had a comment about the giveaway, how to enter, and in the you have it right here. So in the pinned comment in the comment section, you'll find the link to the giveaway. And in that giveaway, we're asking you to do two main things, and that is go to a site called Trusted Prop, and we want you to mark the 5ers as your favorite prop firm. If we're the favorite prop firm, then we want you to mark us as that. And also we posted a survey, because you guys know we're expanding the live trading room. We're bringing in more people, more days, more hours, and we want to know what you want to see more of. Do you want to see more live trading, more educational content, or what do you want to see? Help us out in with that by answering that survey, and we'll make sure that we create the best live trading environment here that you want to join. Nev says that we have Fed share speech tomorrow. Do we have that? Probably marked as a yellow, a orange news
on
event.
Forex Factory, that's marked as an orange, so like a medium impact news event. That tomorrow, Wednesday, there's existing home sales. So there are a couple, nothing today, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there are also orange folder news events, but only high impact is on Thursday.
Considering the current situation with Powell and Trump and all of that, I think a speech like that could have a big effect. Especially, I mean, we know that Powell, I think actually Powell has done a great job in this current situation, because he has the sitting president calling him all sort of names in the press conferences and basically want to fire him for all sorts of reasons. And Powell seems to be not really responding to that directly in his press conference. I think that is really he's really handling that in a very professional manner. So I don't think he's going to mention much of that in the press conference. But if he do mention anything about that, it could potentially send the markets in turmoil, as they say. But yeah, we'll see what happens during that time. Anything in particular you're watching this morning?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at the S&P. So the S&P right now, like you said, we're right around the all-time high. So we have kind of this level. Do you hear an echo, or am I just hearing it on my end when I talk?
You might hear an echo. Maybe it's from. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna mute my microphone. But then you can also, I believe, because in the platform that we're using, you can listen to the off-stage people that is not on stream, and you can mute that, I believe. But we'll see. I will mute my mic, and then we'll see if there's any in the background.
Okay, I think I'm good. So here is the S&P, and looking at the daily chart, we have this kind of rocket ship move after we had some previous day lows that were swept, price moved higher and then just absolutely took off. So we saw a kind of mini version of that again on Wednesday, where price swept a couple daily lows and then pushed higher again. So we're kind of above that. We've closed above this like little resistance area on Thursday. Even though it was a down day, it closed above Friday, and now price is pushing higher. So we have all-time highs. This is the future market. So it might look a little bit different than if you're looking at a CFD chart. It might look a little bit different, but we're at like 48 or so, and all-time highs are right up here at like 57. So about 9 points away from all-time highs again. Looking super strong. If there's an opportunity to get in, I'm looking at a couple different time frames. We've talked a lot lately on the stream about looking for price to take out a previous day low, and that, maybe price could do that today. It's a long way from where we are right now, but you never know what could happen. So that would be a really great entry, but it might also offer an opportunity to get in, for me at least, on some kind of a momentum move, especially if we're going to go above the all-time highs. We've got this nice little pullback. We had that last night. So this is Friday's price action. We kind of consolidated at this little level here, finally broke above, consolidated, and now we're getting a little potential consolidation again. So maybe we can hop on to get a move higher if price starts to push up again. So that's what I'm looking for. Looking for a bit of indication that momentum is switching to the upside, that the pullback has subsided, if this is indeed a pullback, and then I'll look for an opportunity to get in there. So we'll see. It's still early. Market opens in about an hour 15 or so, just under an hour 15. So there's a lot of time left here.
So looking at the 1 hour here for the E-minutes, and I'm looking at your chart here on the left side of your the 1 hour basically. I'm seeing that you have a lot of different colored horizontal lines, and I'm looking at the one that is next closest to price as support. Now that aligns very nicely with that breakout wick, or the high of that breakout move, if you will. Would you perhaps be looking for an entry around that area?
I mean, if price can come back and tap this level and then push higher, that could be great. I'm looking for a shift in the momentum. So right now there is not a lot of momentum. Nothing is saying to me, is indicating or looking like price is completely rolling over, but we are getting a nice gentle pullback at the moment. So if we start to see momentum pick up, and then also I pay attention to ADX, so average directional index, ADX. Right now it's a little bit low. So it's just below a threshold that for me would be what I'm looking for. So I like to see it at 20 or higher. When I start to see that momentum pick up to the upside, ADX will also or should also increase as well, and that's what I would be looking for an entry. So yeah, if price can get down, this whole kind of area here is sort of like a zone of interest. Oops, let's turn this off, because we have the prior all-time high. It hasn't been all-time high for very long, but back on the 15th or so, that's a level you can see price kind of stuck to this level, kind of like a magnet. So pushed above, dropped below, came back up. You can see there was a little bit of resistance here just temporarily. And so, yeah, absolutely. If price can kind of get back into this zone here, this could be definitely an area that would be worth watching. But what I would really actually want to see is for price to show signs that, okay, now we're going to move higher. So this isn't a zone where if it just taps into, I would, sort of blindly buy it. But if it taps in here and then we start to kind of hold that level and maybe push higher, that's where, almost like a trade where you feel like you're maybe a little bit late. I want to be a little bit late entering here. I want to see ADX increase and just a little bit of confirmation that we're getting, something like this price action here where it came up, consolidated a little bit and then started to show signs that, okay, we're going to push higher from here.
Okay, so that's interesting. So two things. You said that you're looking for a shift in momentum. So I would assume that the momentum you're looking at now, you're viewing that as bearish momentum and you want that to switch to like a local bullish momentum, right?
I wouldn't call it bearish momentum. I would consider it sort of bullish momentum that's kind of taking a breather. So if you imagine you're running a race and you're running a race, but then you stop at like the water station and you kind of slow down a little bit, take your drink, and then you're, refreshed. And then maybe, further down into the race, you've gone really hard and maybe you're going to just like ease back a little bit and give yourself, a little break for half a mile or something like that. To me, the momentum is definitely to the upside here. I would not consider this bearish at all. We're above, we're right below all-time highs, above this sort of like triangle level, this congestion here. So definitely I would consider it bullish momentum that's just kind of, eased up a little bit. But I'm not seeing anything to the downside that's like really strong momentum to the downside. So definitely bullish momentum, but price is just catching its breath a little bit. That's what it seems like right now. That could always change on some kind of headline or something like that. But what I'm seeing right now is price is trying to push higher, but it's just catching its breath a little bit. I think you're muted. Can't hear you.
Again, I gotta have a set something up that's kind of like blinking when I'm mute or something. No, but you had a great explanation there with running, and then you're stopping at the water station to kind of catch your breath or take a break and get some water before you start running. So it paused in momentum or whatever, if you will. And then he said something interesting as well. You're not looking to place orders within the area, but you would rather be late with a little bit more confirmation than to be early with no confirmation, right? So you're, in a sense, you could say that you're risking, or you're giving back some of the profits, or you're risking losing some of the profits to get into a trade where you see that momentum is kind of coming in.
Yeah, for sure. There's always a trade-off, right? The earlier you are in a trade, the more likely it could fail. The later you are, maybe the less potential there is for you to make a profit. So you're kind of always, riding that line, finding where in that line you're content with, and that could change from trade to trade, even depending on your style. So for me, I think this is an extremely bullish market. At the moment, I don't see anything that suggests otherwise. Again, that can always change, but if we get, especially in this level, but I mean, it could even just tap the top of this level and push higher. I'm willing to, just be a little bit patient. Now that could also change as we get into closer to the opening of the New York session. So right now, the New York session opens in just a little over an hour, and the volatility could pick up a little bit. So, but yeah, just always looking for that sort of, that trade-off. Do you want to be super early with a high potential of the trade not working out? Or would you rather wait for a little extra confirmation and a little bit higher probability that it's going to work out, but the trade-off is that you won't make as much on the trade. So just trying to find that sort of middle ground a little bit.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, and I think finding that middle ground is super important in trading. I mean, I guess it depends on the system, but I believe that finding the middle ground between being too early and too late is obviously for me very, very important. I've marked out that hourly level that you looked at as well, and I do think it's almost like the perfect level. It's almost like if you're able to get an entry within that area, then most likely you have a really good entry is what I believe, because there's a lot of confluence in that area. You have moving averages, you got good fib levels. Yeah, it's a very, very good area. But then I find that when I find such a good area, that's when usually waiting for confirmation tends to maybe not work out great, because if it's a really good area and there's a lot of confidence in there, chances are that there's going to be a lot of people interested in buying that area, that confirmation might come later. But it depends on what type of confirmation you're looking for. Are you happy to, if you're looking at the 1 hour, for example, would you be happy to get into the trade before the 1 hour close if you see that there's momentum coming in on the lower time frames?
Absolutely. I'm not looking below the 1 hour, but absolutely, if the momentum comes in, then I'm not going to wait for a close. I just get in then. So we have this, it didn't show up on the tool that I typically use, which is the swing high, swing low tool. Maybe I don't have the settings. No, I do, but it didn't show up yet. But we have the sweep of a swing low and then price pushed higher. So this could be like an early sign, but I'm not sure if I can show another screen here.
No, unfortunately, I think we can only share one screen at a time, or one screen share at a time. But of course, you can share another window, or I guess.
Okay, let me see if I can switch. Because what I want to... Sorry, go ahead.
I'll turn over to my screen while you look at trying to switch in the back end. You should just be able to stop your current screen share and then share whatever else you wanted to share. While you do that,
there we go.
Okay, maybe you have it up.
Yes. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about. So for the ADX, looking at the ADX, as price is going up, so remember back to what we were looking at before on the hourly, where we saw price kind of move up, take a little pullback, move up, and take a little pullback again. So that's what we're seeing. This is a range bar chart. So on an 8R and a 16R range, this is not time-based. It's based on the price action. So if we're looking at this 8R, you can see pretty clearly it's very similar to what we saw on the hourly chart, where price, this is like the open of the Asian session, price pushed up, kind of rested a little bit, pushed up, and rested a little bit. This is a little bit bigger pullback than what we had here. But ADX is the blue line, and it has stayed above the 20 threshold that I talked about, has stayed above since last night, or, about an hour after the Asian session, and has stayed above that. So on this, what appears to be a pullback, the ADX is starting to go down. That's kind of a good sign. So that means that when momentum is to the upside, the ADX is strong, and then it kind of pulls back with that price. And now it's pulled back quite a bit below that 20 threshold. Once that starts to turn and it gets above the 20 threshold again, that's when I'm really going to be more interested in, potentially getting in a long trade there.
Interesting, and I like how you're using ADX here. I would be curious though to know, because you're looking at the range bars here, and I would be curious to know how the ADX is calculated when you're on the range bars, because when you're looking at candlestick, of course you have a specific way that ADX is calculating the of course it's based on the the opening, the close, the high and low prices in a candlestick, and you have the same information in a range bar, just that the range bar is based on not based on time.
Right.
So I wonder if the ADX is based on the range bars, which would then be would create a unique indicator, because it's then no longer the traditional ADX. It's now a ADX based on a range bar. So if you're able to find an edge in that, then that's a unique edge, a very unique edge.
Just confirming that it is based on the chart. So I guess you can change it to a different time frame if you want, but I have it. I was thinking that it was set to the chart, and it is. So I'm not sure. I'm not familiar enough with how ADX is calculated to know how, is it based? I'm not really sure how.
Well, I should know, but if I'm going to be honest, it's a quite complex calculation. But I should know this because it's part of the the CMT curriculum to know. But there's you have like.
Are you a CMT? I didn't know that.
No, I'm studying for CMT. I got the CMT. I did the test, the CMT 1 test about a month ago. I'm gonna get the results in probably 3 weeks.
That's cool. Exciting. I've been interested in doing that.
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's a long process, of course, but it really. I mean, I think for you that would be perfect. I mean, you're a strictly technical trader, and I know you talked a lot about how you believe that technicals is everything you need in the markets as a trader, and I believe that to be true. One of the reasons why I want to go into the fundamentals more is because I like it, and I want to be able to. I want to be able to like give the type of analysis where I have high quality technicals and fundamentals, but. Going back to the ADX, it's supposed to be a combination of I'm not, you know what, I'm not gonna make a fool of myself and try to explain the concept calculation, but it's basically a directional index. You have minus D, which is the directional index. And then you have the plus D, which is part of also the directional index, and then you have the difference between those becomes the ADX. So,
which is why I'm not sure that I don't know, and it doesn't matter to me, but I don't know that it takes into account time necessarily. Like it's based on the like you said, the DX, these two. So the pink and the kind of, I don't know what color that is, like aqua or mint color. So I really don't know, but it doesn't matter to me, the specifics. It just is a great tool to kind of like, like for example, I don't know how a thermometer specifically works. I couldn't give you the science behind it, but I do know that it gives me an adequate indication of if I should wear a sweatshirt today or if I should wear shorts.
And that's the difference between being a trader and an analyst. Like if I as an analyst, I want to know how the indicators are calculated so that I can use that information in a live stream like this one. But as a trader, do I need to know how the ADX is calculated? I probably don't know that, but as a system developer, I might want to know that. But actually, if you look at the ADX here, you can see that the let's call it green. I think it's green or whatever that turquoise or whatever that. Yeah. So if that one is positive, so that is the plus directional index, and then the red one would be the minus directional index. If the plus directional index is positive, while the negative index is negative, then you have a positive ADX, and it's all based on every indicator like this one. If it's not volume-based indicator, so every indicator that is not volume-based indicator is based on price. It's based on the opening, the closing price, and the high and the low, most likely any combination of those, and that's exactly the same with ADX. So it's basically just looking at what are the bullish candles doing in comparison to the bearish candles. Are the bullish candle more bullish than the bearish candles are bearish? If that's the case, then the ADX is in upward sloping trend, which tells us that okay, the bulls are according to price stronger than the bears, which then should tell us that the trend is bullish and strong. But the thing with the ADX is an upward sloping trend on the ADX is the same for bearish and a bullish trend. So it's basically just looking at if one of the lines are stronger than the other, that means it should be trending in one direction, bullish or bearish, but the ADX doesn't know if it's an uptrend or a downtrend.
Right.
So it's a complex calculation, but it's very, very useful. I believe that the ADX is probably one of the most important indicators to understand and use, especially in trend following environments, because as you said, if the ADX is traditionally you want it to have it above 20. So if it's above 20, it means that there is a trend.
Right.
And you can look at the markets and look at where is the ADX in range. Usually it's below 20. When it starts trending, it's usually above 20.
That's one of the hardest, in my opinion, one of the hardest things as a trader is to know when is the time right to trade and when is this just a mess. And you can do something like stick to certain time periods or different events. But when you're not in that, how do you know when it's a good time to trade? ADX can be really helpful with that. So a lot of times I'll take trades before the New York Open, maybe even an hour or two before. But today there's not, and probably not surprising, it's a Monday. There just isn't a whole lot going on yet. Now that could change. And some Mondays it's not like that. Some Mondays it's pretty busy. Overnight in the Asian session, price is moving pretty nicely. I took a trade last night because ADX, not because, but one of the things that I look for is that the ADX says, yeah, there's enough directional movement. Like you said, you don't know if it's positive, upward or downward based on the ADX alone. But like also, you mentioned the DXY positive was above the negative. So there was an opportunity for me last night, and that could change at some point here as well. And those are great tools to look at, kind of giving you like a green light. Okay, there's enough going on in an asset that it makes sense to take a trade, basically is what it comes down to, or the way I use it anyway.
Yeah, I think the ADX is definitely one of those tools where you can say, okay, we're now in a trend following environment. One way that I've tested this, and one way, like when I'm developing trend following algorithms, I'm looking at, okay, so what if you want to buy a swing point that could be a Williams fractal, for example. So you can look at, okay, so a bullish Williams fractals, you want to be buying that in an uptrend, because that is usually a swing low. I'm not sure exactly what it's based on, but I think it's like a low that has two higher candles to the next of each other. One or two candles next to it should be higher, and then you have that low that creates a swing point. But then you have to understand, like, okay, but what if that happens in a range? That's not a trend, that's just maybe just a bounce in a range. And then you add the ADX and you say, okay, so what if you buy that bullish Williams fractal, which is supposed to be a swing point in a bullish uptrend? If you only buy that when the ADX is above 20, what's the result? And you will see that most likely adding the ADX, you will have a better results on something like that. And then of course you can add stuff like volume as well. If you have a bounce at a good support level in an uptrend and the ADX is high and you're getting an inflow of good volume on that could also be something that will increase the chances of that trade.
Yeah. I see UK swing traders saying ADX is based on Dow theory. It's making higher high versus upside volatility in prior close. Is it making lower lows versus downside volatility in prior close? That's basic math. So if that's the case, then, even though it's a range bar, even though there is no, there's still a close, right? It's a different close than a time-based chart, but there is still a close. So apparently, that's what it's based on. And
yeah, I don't think it's based, like, I don't know if it's based on Dow theory. That's something I've never heard. I think it's new to me, and yeah, but the principle is the same. Looking for those basically. You want to see one side of momentum being stronger than the other. It doesn't matter if it's up or down, but if one side is stronger than the other, most likely you'll have a trend. And if that has been going on for a certain time, then the likelihood of that being a trend is strong.
Yeah, and I think the point is even a non-time-based chart, a range chart, still has the same like basic structure or the basic points that a time-based chart has. So open, high, low, close, those are all the same on a time-based chart. Not the same number, right? But the same structure is included in a time-based chart and a non-time-based chart as well.
I want to show you guys something. I have the S&P 500 up here on the chart, and when I said that there's a really good confluence area here, let me show you that. So on the S&P 500, this is the hourly. Now, if we can look at that level as the last high pre-break. So if this is the breakout candle right here, then we can look at that as being the last high. Now, it's not often you get a perfect confluence like this one, but look at what happens when I add the 0.618 to this, and I'm gonna add prices as well. You guys can see how perfect this is. So from that low to this high, it's actually incredible. So the 0.618, it is at 6,311.2, and the level is 6,311.2. I've only probably seen this a handful of time in my trading career. It's not very often that the 0.618 comes in at the exact price of the last high swing low, last high pre-break. A lot of times you'll see that it's like $1 or a couple of cents wrong, but this is perfect confluence. It doesn't get much better than this, and this is why I'm looking at this as the perfect level for a retest. So that's pretty cool. And if you add the 1 hour 20 EMA, you also see that very soon, most likely, it might come up and test that level perfectly as well. So when I see something like this, what I want to do is, now of course this is on Oanda. Now it might have be different on different exchanges, but we could assume that it's around the same area, and of course it's going to be different for futures. But when I see something like this, I usually just want to put in orders, like limit orders for something like this, because the chance of having a reaction within this area is, I believe, very, very strong when you have this type of confluence.
Yeah, I think it's a good level. We're starting to see price move a little bit stronger below that swing low that we had marked out, and kind of still heading toward that level that you're talking about. And I saw in the chat, I think Steven was asking about gold. Do you want to take a look at gold real quick?
We can take a look at gold. Let's see. I also have the ADX up here just for fun, because we talked about. Wow, what is this? What? But that's a move. Okay, so earlier in the live stream we talked about this. How? Okay, now I gotta go, and I wanna look. Let's do a quick news scan to see what might have caused this move, and because I got an alert on gold, and I'm thinking, yeah, okay, an alert, maybe that's not a huge what happened here? I'm trying to understand if there's any.
Well, I can tell you what I see. So, I don't pay attention so much to news events or like what the specific cause is, but from a standpoint, price, I've been bullish on gold for a really long time, but I haven't been trading gold so much, just a little bit, and I do have some long-term positions that are bullish in gold. And the reason that I haven't been trading it is we hit this all-time high and had kind of like the blow off top type scenario. What else do you call it? Blow off top, where price kind of, exploded to the upside, and then we, pulled back, price rallied again, couldn't get above the all-time high, rallied multiple times, and just has been very choppy. And as time went on, I was trying to trade in this mix from time to time, but as time went on, it started to look like a cup, and then eventually started to look like a handle. Again, I don't trade necessarily based on a pattern, but I still see this type of stuff. And so we talked about, like, if price were to get above this handle, that would be an area where maybe price would start to get more interesting. But it started to kind of be a little bit cleaner price action just recently. And so what I see here is this is just the daily. And what we've been talking about is specifically previous day lows. So if price goes below a previous day low and then starts to move above that area again, that can be a pretty bullish sign. So for example, here, this candle here, price pushed below this swing low, or sorry, not swing low, but this previous day low and this low from like a week earlier pushed up. That's a really bullish sign. And then it closed above that as well. So very bullish. Then we had this kind of like, not super interesting candle. Price pushed above and kind of was above for a little bit, but basically closed. It looks like kind of just below or right at this previous day high. So on gold, from a technical standpoint, we've got this previous day high. So this is Friday's high. Price moved above it, stayed above it. And then we have a swing high here. This is what Jonatan was talking about before, where you have a high, a daily high or any candle high, and then the high on either side, so the candles on either side are lower. So it makes like this kind of action. And that is a swing high. So not only did price move above the previous day high, stay above there, now it's broken above this swing high, and this also is a swing high. So, technically speaking, this is just showing a lot of strength in gold. So to Steven's point, or Steven's question, I definitely would not be interested in shorting this move. Gold is really strong right now and is showing a lot of strength. So we've got the price above the previous day high. We've got the price breaking above and staying above the this is like a swing high from, I think, last week, and then another one here. So to me, as long as price is staying above these levels, this is a lot of strength, and I definitely would not be interested in shorting. I would be interested potentially in joining the momentum move to the upside, but I definitely would not want to be shorting this.
No, me neither. I think gold is extremely powerful, very, very strong, and it has that underlying bullish market structure from a high time frame. So I think this push ups at this what I'm watching here is probably get up to test the not the all-time highs, because it's way above where I see resistance. I'm not really looking at all-time highs as resistance. I'm looking at resistance more coming in at 3,430, and if we get sustained momentum here, we might come up and test those highs. Could be watched as range highs as well, but it's definitely a bullish structure here, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing here on gold.
Did you have a trade on that? It looks like you had a trade marked out.
I did have a trade marked out, but it obviously, my idea was to have it come down and test that level. And the thing is, a lot of times we see that when prices are very, very strong and there's a lot of momentum, I'd like to watch the 50%, but if the 50% is on the breakout area and we think the market is very there's a lot of momentum to the upside, I'd like to add which one is it? I think it's the 0.382. Where do I have that one? Maybe I don't have that on here. So 0.382, that gray. But that's a 0.382. And as you can see, it hit that level perfectly. So these fib levels, I really like. The 50, the 0.382, maybe also even the 0.236. But the 236 is a little bit too high, in my opinion. But in highly volatile and strong momentum moves, looking at the 0.382 as kind of front running that breakout level with the 50, to me looks like a yeah, in this case, obviously hindsight trading is great. It's fun and it always works. But in this case, I waited for a deeper pullback that we never got.
Mm-hmm. Davis doesn't like the cup with handle, I guess. That's not my term. I learned that from Investors Business Daily, Bill O'Neill. Not something that I use, but I can't not help but see it. Once you learn something, it's like stuck in your head. You can't unsee it.
Yeah, it's an interesting pattern. I guess a lot of people have different opinions on different candlestick patterns. I mean, I talk about the head and shoulders a lot. People laugh some people laugh about that because it's the mostly widely recognized candlestick patterns out there, and because it's so popular, people immediately think it's not working. But things like the head and shoulders pattern, the W structure, the double top structure, those are not only just patterns, those are very clear indication of a market structure break. And so is the cup and handle in a sense.
Yeah.
The cup and handle says that there's so are we talking about the cup and handle as a continuation pattern or a bottom formation?
Well, that's the thing, is you don't know until the cup with handle breaks out. That's not something that I use in my trading, but I just pay attention to it. And like you said, I conceptualize it more as like a market structure break or a market structure shift. You can think about it as like a series of higher highs and higher lows. Price comes back in and then, ultimately makes an even bigger higher high. So however you call it, whatever you call it, it's the same concept in a different package. It's the same thing. But usually it's considered like a continuation pattern, because once you have a cup with handle, then the handle is the higher low. And, so you would be looking for continuation to the upside. But of course, any pattern, any formation that you see doesn't necessarily mean that is what's going to happen. It's just kind of gives you a way to structure what you're looking at or frame what you're looking at.
Yeah, so the thing what I'm looking at when I get the cup and handle is obviously getting a move to the upside. And then you have that cup. Let's see if I can find that right here. And what I'm seeing is you have an uptrend, a strong impulse move to the upside, and then the market is slowly moving to the downside and slowly but surely finding a support, and then as slow as it went down, it's recovering. So it's like a very slow pause in the trend, and then you have a sharp drop to the downside, which tells us that you hit that resistance, a sharp drop to the downside, and then what you want to see is a V-shaped recovery like that. It's like a slow pause in the trend and a slow recovery, a sharp drop and a V recovery, and then when you break that neckline, this is actually a very strong pattern, because it tells you that the market has been slowly but surely accepting price in this area. So this is the type of price action that the market is saying, like, okay, so we're accepting price in this area, and then you have volatility coming in and it gets ready for breakout to the upside. So when you have the break of that high, it's actually really good. It's really a quite strong pattern and a strong indication of continuation to the upside. It's very, very similar to a double bottom, but the double bottom is obviously a bottom formation, but you have it move to the downside, and then you have that double bottom right here. and the market is like sharp drop to the downside, and then there's some equilibrium here, and they're accepting prices within this level, and then you break out to the upside, and that's kind of like the acceptance of price at support, and then a reversal. So it's kind of like the same thing, but the cup and handle is a continuation pattern, and the W pattern is a bottom formation. I see a lot of times you have a similar a couple handle as a bottom formation as well, because it makes a lot of sense. You have a sharp drop to the downside, and then you form a bottom, and then you have a rejection and something like that. I see that quite a lot as well, but traditionally I don't think the cup and handle is supposed to be seen as a bottom formation. But it just goes to show that it's not really about what you read in the textbooks. It's about what you test and what type of statistics you can gather from your testing. Okay, Steven says the way you were expecting that retesting move on gold and it didn't happen and you missed it. How do you handle that move, or how can you catch up on that move? So first of all, how do I handle it? There's nothing to handle because nothing happened. There's nothing to handle. If you're thinking like, okay, how do you handle the... It's difficult because we've been doing this for so long that the mental struggles that I had in the beginning is no longer an issue. So I would just like to say that there's nothing to handle, but I guess it comes with time. The more you see this, you get numb to the FOMO. Because you've seen it so many times before. It's like, okay, it hit that level, it didn't hit the level where I wanted to enter, and then it continued upside. So what? You're gonna have thousands of these happenings, and you know what? How many of these have I not missed today? How many times have I not missed this move on markets that I do not know about? Am I supposed to feel something just because I saw this opportunity happening on gold? It's happening every time, every day, on all time frames, all the time. For me, it's just about, if I'm waiting for a retest of the 50% fib, there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is I know that that's where the risk to reward will be higher the more the pullback. So yeah, I might have put orders here and got a fill on that one. But I mean, I'm looking for a move up to the local high. That's a 0.6 R move. From here, could easily be a 1 R move. So this was just looking for a quick trade, and the risk to reward was just not going to be worth it. So how can I get in on a move like this? That's you can't, basically. The move is gone. But then if you're looking like this trade, this setup, that one is gone. You can just remove that one, doesn't really matter. But now we have another move. So you have one move here, a down move, down move, and an up move. So if you want to catch this one, then you just do the exact same thing. You add fibs and you wait for a retracement, and then you look at a level where you want to get in. And if it hits that level, you buy. And if it doesn't hit that level, then you just repeat the process. Simple. It's not much to handle, really. I think
it's a good question, though. I think you answered it really well. Like, you handle it, psychologically you're not affected by it because you know that another one is coming, another move will set up. But I think especially in the beginning, it's very hard to see a move happen and feel like you missed it, you didn't know to expect it, and once again you're late or you missed the bus entirely. So to me, the best thing you can do is look back and see what you can find that could have helped you to spot a potential setup before it happens. So if you're looking at gold, one of the things that we have, again, talked about quite a bit recently is looking at the previous day high, previous day low. So when you're looking at the previous day high here on gold, price moved above the previous day high, and then it stayed above the previous day high. So keep in mind, this is an hourly chart. So here's the daily over on the right, and then this is an hourly chart. So price moved above, and then, like we've been talking about, it I don't know. I use the word reside, stuck around, however you want to think about it. Price stuck around in that area, and it didn't pop up and then quickly tumble down. So all through here could have been a potential. Again, keep in mind this is hours. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 hours where it was just in this area. So the next time that you are looking at a daily time frame, for example, and you see that happen, maybe that could be something that you set up where you say, okay, we're just above this previous day high. Price has not moved back below it, or if it did, it happened quickly. It's kind of residing in this area. That shows like an acceptance of that level, that price is accepting being above the previous day high. This isn't a guaranteed entry, as there are no guaranteed entries, but this is a high probability entry. Price breaks above the previous day high, hangs out above there. You could easily have taken an entry anywhere in here and then set a stop, not too tight, but given it some room to breathe and held on to see what happens. You can use this on gold. You can use this on the indices. You can use this in Forex. This type of move, looking at the daily time frame, happens again and again and again and again. So how you handle it, I think, is, like you said, Jonathan, you kind of slough it off, and you also look for what you can learn from the move that you missed so that you can apply it to the next move. And that doesn't mean that the next time you apply it, it's going to work. It could still be a failed trade, but that is a really good way that you could have gotten in on this move and held it for higher.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why, for me, I say there's nothing to handle is because I've done that process. I've looked at, for example, you could see, okay, so now the trade broke out, the trade is gone, and what if I would have entered on this level instead? So I go back and I try that, and I see, what, that is actually not as profitable. It's more profitable for me to wait, so I know then that not to take the trade, and if it happens again, I should just let it go. And over time, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to following your rules. It becomes second nature, and at that point, it's not really going to affect you mentally. What really affects me mentally is when I make mistakes that I'm not supposed to be making, and I know I'm making the mistakes, and I'm making the mistakes even when I'm telling myself not to make the mistakes. So, for example, it could be a scenario where it's like, I shouldn't enter gold here, and then I enter. Now that can drive me crazy, really. That's really the things that is difficult to deal with. And usually it happens in high stress environment, or when in a drawdown, and I kind of like have that gambling mentality. And for me, it's just about taking a break and getting back with a fresh perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good policy.
Hello, Victor. Welcome.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Victor. Good to see you.
How are you two doing today? And everyone else watching us, how is everyone? Let me know in the chat, or let us know in the chat. Deanna, how is your day so far?
It's going well. It's, pretty early morning here, just about ready to hop off the stream and get ready for the New York session. So far, so good. How about you, Victor?
I saw you guys the stream earlier. Very interesting. The conversation about ADX. I'm sure a lot of traders are looking for that indicator that will help them filter out losing trades, or perhaps identifying winning periods. Right? Is this trendy enough? Is the strength of the trend strong enough or not? And I like that, because that's indicators. Some people don't like them at all, but they're just priced, just calculated in a different way and presenting them in a objective way, right? Indicators are not subjective; they're objective because they're based on price. So I like that. I like that. I'm sure a lot of people in the audience love that discussion as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's good, important to have in your toolbox. Deanna, we're gonna let you go. Thank you for joining us here today, and I will be looking forward to the session tomorrow.
All right. Everybody take care. Thanks so much. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's switch to I guess mine. All right, Victor is in the house.
You had a signal, I heard, on gold. Does that mean you are in profit, or you are in the trade, or
No,
it's
I'm
your
not
take?
in the trade. I missed that one. Unfortunately, it was a good good move on gold. Didn't come down. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that my EA did not catch this move though, because I do have that breakout EA on gold, and I've seen that a lot of times right before the breakout, it cancels the orders, which is extremely frustrating. But
Cancels, as in proper functioning, but still canceling it, or you mean a
no,
malfunctioning?
it has orders in the market. It
Okay.
almost always has orders in the market above a certain high, and then it breaks out and it gets filled. Like it broke out and got filled with last week when Trump when the New York Times went down and said that Trump had a draft to fire Powell, and then he, in press conferences, said no, I don't plan to do that, and that was this spike right here, and I actually got filled on my EA on that spike, but not on this one. So I think it's it takes into consideration a couple of indicators, and if the indicators does not align, it removes the orders, and sometimes that happens even when there's a breakout.
Or it can it takes into account how fast something reaches that level. Like if it reaches that level very quickly, then the EA has, wants to get in. But if it takes too long, then it's no good, and that's why taking it off, because it has a limited amount of time to reach and break through that level. That could be as well. I don't know what the function is, but it makes sense, because momentum is a distance at a certain speed, right? In order to, it's not just a distance, but it's doing it at a certain speed, a certain rate, meaning quickly or relatively quick to otherwise. I say hello to everyone who just said hi to me and us here in the 5ers studio. We have a lot of the regular group. These are the pillars of our community. They are almost always with us and sharing good vibes, good experiences, and I love that. I love that when we have them. It feels like we're seeing like a old friend, someone you haven't seen in a long time. You say, "Hey, I'm happy to see you. I'm glad to see you." It feels a little bit like
That's
that.
right. Definitely. Victor, I'm going to jump on, and I'm going to come on a bit later to do a quick giveaway, announce the last winner of last week's giveaway. And remember, guys, we have a current giveaway running, so make sure to go into the description and click the link and follow the instructions in the giveaway. And I will be back a little bit later to draw the last winner. All right. See you.
Perfect.
See you later, Victor.
Thank you, Jonatan. Thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna switch. There we go. Thank you for doing that. So let's look at the market. Let's see what the market has in store for us today, or it has so far, since a great part of the day, the trading day, has already gone by. Have you guys been trading? Let us know in the chat. Have you taken a trade today? Would you like to share that with us? Would you like me to look at? Give me your entries, where your stop were, or where they're, if you're still in the trade, where they are still stop, and your targets, and we can discuss that. Even if you don't have everything if shared, just the idea, going long on gold from this level, for example. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of overview. As always, I start with a panoramic view from the monthly time frame. Hello there, Oliveira. How are you doing? I see Trading X. The sell quantities on H4 gold. How would you rate that? One from 23rd and let's see, 23rd and the top big mama. What would you look at? Okay, let's look at that. I like that. Let's take a look at gold. Then we'll come back and do the top-down analysis on EU to get a feel of what we're dealing with. All right, so this is the higher time frame. Remember, I'm only looking for two things when I look at a chart, right? You can't say a lot of things about any chart, but to keep things simple, I only ask myself the only question that is relevant to me, which is, for my trading in any case, which is, do I have a quasi offering entry order blocks, or do I have a fresh order block? Those are the two questions, and whether I do or don't tells me if I should pay attention to this chart or not. So on the monthly, there isn't any of those, right? There isn't a quasi at play, and there isn't a fresh order block either, right? There is an order block here. It's no longer fresh. That is actually a weekly. This is the monthly, and it is still fresh. You could argue, but it's not at play, so it's not relevant. So we can quickly switch to the next time frame down. All right. So do we have a quasi or a fresh order block? That's the name of the game. None of those. We did have some structure before, but nothing really on the weekly time frame. We do have still the market moving away from that order block, but that's not at play. That was at play a couple of weeks ago. As you can see here, there isn't anything new, anything we can trade from currently. And this order block, the bearish one, which we are in the process of still retesting, I don't consider to be relevant because it's been way too many bars. Not only that, we've been testing the whole range of this order block, and we haven't had that move, that follow through, that impulsive move, that selling pressure coming in. So I don't consider this order block to be relevant. It's still there because its border are relevant, but I'm not going to be using that. Not going to be using that as a signal provider. Okay, so basically monthly and weekly are not telling us anything, and that may be a sign as well, because market has been going sideways on the higher time frame, right? In the lower time frame, you can get these impulsive moves, like we had some big handles, but the weekly, it's been going sideways. The daily as well, you can see we've been in this range for some time now, from the end of May more or less, or depending on what the exact range you refer to. We do have two quasis, but they're not, they are already triggered before. This is the bullish one, taking that established downtrend, this is the neckline, the head, the left shoulder, the neckline, taking it out and coming back to one of those order block, which is, this is number one, and that was number two. It only needed number one to come back and make its move. And presumably this quasi, the target for that is this high, meaning that is, I don't mean to say it's going to, that it is going to go there, but based on the pattern, that is the completion of the pattern. It has a good chance of at least trying to take out that high. Which high is that? It is the upper border of that order block, or that swing high, which is the same. It's 3,451.34, as you can see on the chart, at least on the CFD price feed. So that is one part, that is one idea or one understanding, that there is a pattern, and the market is likely in the process going to that target. Okay, so it's not enough for me to take a trade. If I were to take the trade should have been taken in relation to this order block on the daily time frame, right? So that moment already happened some time ago. Let's go to the H4 and look at the Trading X is set on the 23rd. So basically, this I see that's the quasi. I'm gonna take a look at it and see what you mean. All right, there is a quasi here. Yes, I do see that. That's the. This is the. Actually, that's not a quasi to me. And I'll tell you, if you consider this to be the quasi, right? So meaning the uptrend. If you're in the chat still, let us know your ideas. If this is this is where the head, perhaps this as the head, and that as the left shoulder, and the first right shoulder breaking of perhaps I don't know, maybe breaking that low. Let me see. In any case, it isn't to me. So if you're talking about the there is a quasi, but I would consider this to be the head, and that would make automatically. Let's see. That would make this the left shoulder. That would be the left shoulder, and this is then the neckline. And let's see if that is still valid or at least tradable. According to me, it's not the absolute truth, of course, but it is something that I've tested. This is how I earn my living. So if that's any, you have to test it for yourself. But in my, what I need to check is from this is the 50% retracement right here. Not that one. Let me take that out. This one, I'm going to actually eliminate that as well. This one. And that indicates that the order blocks that I'm interested in are 3. And we still have them right here. And actually, that is the pattern, right? So, yes, you're right. I repeat, according to how I trade, this is the uptrend, left shoulder, the neckline, the head, breaking that neckline right there. That is the neckline, breaking it and coming back to one of these 3 order blocks, right? Now, it means that if the market is going to reverse, which is not always the case, but if it is going to reverse, that it is likely to do that from these 3 structures, right? So we need to build a case, gathering as much confluence as possible to see if that is going to happen. So I'm going to switch to H2 to see if there are reason for us to think if there are ways for us to pinpoint or make that entry area a bit better. Let's see, there's 1, 2, and 3 and 4. Right? That means that on the H2 there isn't, and if on the H2 there isn't a quasi, on the H1 there isn't going to be a tradable quasi as well, because it's only going to give me more structures, more entry order blocks, which sort of makes it not invalid but untradable to me in any case. So that means that there isn't anything from the left, right? Anything in here that will be able to trigger me. The only thing is on the H4, yes, we have a reason to expect a possible reversal in this area. But to me, that's not enough. I need to have at least some other time frames as well. So Trading X, thank you for suggesting we look at gold. What I would be looking for is looking at this, specifically this area, right? We are already in it, so it's a great area to be watching and see if the market indicates any reversal pattern, not on the H4. The H4 already gave us this area, but any other time frame. And it needs to be something like a fresh H1 or a fresh H2, because a quasi from the left in any case is not possible anymore. And a quasi from here will take too much time to make itself known or present itself, be formed. So it can still come as a H1 quasi, but that's going to take a number of hours, and it's not going to be for today anymore. So but a fresh order block could give us that. So we'll need to be very careful. Just reading price action, we can see that there is momentum. It is to the upside. Right now, there isn't. Just looking at these bars, price is not ready, giving any signs that it has any intention to reverse yet. We'll have to see if that's going to be true for the coming hours, maybe even tomorrow. But maybe we can take a look at that trading X again, maybe tomorrow. I think that's a very good idea, a very good area that we could take a short from. All right, let's take a look at the chat to see who else is asking, and if not, we're going to be going to EU. Lil Saint took a short from pound dollar this morning from 34.25. Let's take a look at that. I'm in a long. This is a trade I'm still in, but that's a swing trade. Let's see. You took a long from. Let's see. Right here. You said earlier, a couple of hours ago, 34.25. Nice. Very good. I like that. I'm pretty sure you were looking at, well, I don't know how you trade a little same, but I was looking at these levels as well, because from to the left, we can see that market is retesting, mitigating structures it left behind on Friday as it was pushing up on Friday. Actually, I know this sounds like flexing, but I actually had a TP that was the top tick on this high when I took my partials. It doesn't happen that often, but it's nice when it does happen. So I did take my partial here as a day trade and let the rest run. And you can see how it comes back all the way, almost back to break even. And considering that move as a day trade, that would be, not good. If you were to enter here in a day trade, and that was actually a day before, I had a swing. It wasn't overnight. I had to leave it open, but it wasn't meant as a swing trade, right? So when it hit the target and it comes back way almost everything, like 80% of what the gains you had previously, that's a sign that your TP isn't placed correctly. But that move is actually, this is the trade. So when I leave it as a swing trade, I need to switch off, or switch the way I look at the swings the market make as it is open, because when you're looking at the swing trade target, then these movements are perfectly normal, meaning it can come back, it can even stay here for some time, and then perhaps slowly and eventually get its momentum, which is perfectly normal for a swing trade. But you wouldn't want, let's say that this is your target. Let's assume, I'm gonna move this away just for now. Let's say, imagine we had a trade here, and your target was, I don't know, something around here, and price goes, almost there, 80 or almost 80% there, and comes back all the way down. That helps. If that happens a lot, that's a sign that you're probably, your TP placement isn't optimal. All right, let's there we go. Let's very good, Al Saint. Money Matters also has been taking a gold trade. Awesome. 3,000. Let's take a look at that just to get a little 33.63. Nice. All right. Target was 75. Basically, you hit it. That's very, very beautiful. Let's see if I can spot anything in there. There was no, there wasn't anything that I could have traded. No. but it's very very good, very actually very good. Let's see, there are a couple of order blocks in there, but it's on a time frame that I don't. This would be the these two would be the areas that I would be going to the lower time frames. Let's see if I were to, if this is done on the 30-minute, but let's assume it was on the one. I would be this would be on the 5-minute. The entry would be, this would be the neckline. You mean you have the established downtrend like so. I even here break the neckline and comes back to one order block before it moves away. Look at that beauty of an order block right here. Right, there isn't anything else in this, the whole area going back. There isn't anything until actually there's also here another order block right here, and they're overlapping, so I'll be taking both of them. This would be the area to look for a long on, and perhaps you can spot, get your entry in here, looking for that candlestick combination, or perhaps some indicator that could signal to you a long from that. That's a very beautiful trade, by the way. Money matters. Credits. Hats off with that trade, right? So if I were to trade this, I would be going in here, looking to see if I can spot that quasi. It wouldn't have given me, at least on the 1 minute, any entry. Let's see. Actually, it would, because no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't have given me any entries, but it would on the 2 minutes. Look at that. Comes back. There we go. Bingo. All right. Good. Beautiful. Like it. Love it. Okay. Let's go back to see what else you guys been trading, and then we will do some Steven Chipeta. That's I always wonder if that's your last name or not. Steven says or asks, so if majority of the time frames there is no order blocks and quasi, you don't participate in trading, or you try by any means still you take a trade? No, I don't. I actually I see myself as, it sounds weird. It sounds weird because I'm the boss of myself, of my trade plan. It's, I decide what to do and not to do. I'm responsible and all of that. And as a trader, you need to take responsibility for your actions and trades and all of that. But what has helped me a lot in controlling my impulses, my urges to trade, or having a trade on no matter what, is to see my trade plan as my boss, right? Fictional boss, right? And I'm only the worker, the employee, right? So what I'm if the order blocks are not there, I don't have permission, right? I need to submit myself to my trade plan. I don't have permission to trade. And when you have that mindset shift, it's a little bit better, because a little bit easier to not trade just because you want to, because you feel great today. Maybe you had a great day. You think, this energy, I want to take a trade, or you have some need. That's the horrible time to financial need. That's the horrible time to trade. Or you have stressors in your life, and you think, I want to get rid of my stress by trading, or maybe this is going to make me forget my other things that occupy my mind. Those are the wrong reasons to trade. So the only reason for me to trade is when my trade plan tells me so, and that's it. And I'm subjected to that trade plan. I don't decide. Obviously I do, it's my trade plan, but for my mindset, I don't decide. The trade plan decides when I trade. And looking at that way, has helped me a lot for not taking, random trades or trades that are just not ready to be taken. Forced trades is something very often. All right, let's check the chat to see if we have anything before we go to EU. Thank you all for watching today. It's a beautiful day. As always, don't forget to hit the like button if you like our channel, and subscribe to it as well while you're at it. Support our effort in making it easier for you to become profitable, right? Using tools, you might hear something like Dr. Deanna Cole just spoke about the ADX and Jonatan. Maybe that piqued your interest, and that starts, might be, the first thing you say, well, today I'm going to be focusing, I'm going to read everything there is to know about ADX, and I'm going to see if I can apply it to my trading plan. And maybe it will be something useful, maybe not. But if you keep doing that exercise every time someone tells you something, on this channel, on our channel, I'm pretty sure by the end of, a couple of weeks, you would have a toolbox that's no longer empty. I mean, if it was empty to begin with, but it's going to be filled with perhaps not everything said, but you might find a thing or two that is helpful to you. And that's how you start building your toolbox to, and you need that toolbox. You need that available or available tools to be able to create systems, right? If you have no idea what exists out there in terms of indicators and what they can do, it's going to be a little difficult for you to put together a system, right? You got to first know what are the possibilities, what are the indicators, and so you have to expose yourself to them and see what they are, why they were created, are they helpful or not, test them out a little bit, and see if it aligns with your trade plan or not. But it is in those ways that you can, become better. Let's see. Trading X is responding to the entry. Let's see. It had two nice quasis with clear break buy blocks as well. Why we right now 9th and 7th of July buy once. Great walkthrough. Thank you for your nice words. Let's see. On the 9th, you mean longs, right? There was a very beautiful area here, and we had exactly that's exactly the place that should be the day of which you could get in on that bigger quasi. This is the bigger quasi on the long side, broke that neckline and comes back to one of those order blocks. It was a big one, but still you could have get in on that move, and this is your first target, and then you hold it for either this wouldn't make sense, but something a little bit higher, or maybe the ultimate target right there. Beautiful, like that. All right, that's awesome, Trading X. No problem. Let's look at EU. Some people have been asking for EU. Let's take a look at EU's action for today. All right. Let's take a look. Yes, Stephen, that is actually what I do. I know it sounds a bit silly because the plan is written by me. I decide what is in the plan, right? In the trade plan. But because everything that well, not everything, but as much as possible. All the rules in the trade plan are based on the data, based on the historical data of me trying out different things and know, okay, this is better. This is the best way so far that I've known to put my TP. So this is going to be my TP placement rules and my stop loss and my everything, all the components. And because everything has a reason to be there, and it's not randomly, you say respect, but I think it's exactly that. It's I put myself, my opinions, second to my trade plan, and I think it's a little bit hard because there's no one controlling you or checking you, and there's no one telling you, hey, you're not doing it right, you're deviating. But I really, really think that if you did your homework well, and you have done your back testing and your data collection, and you have put in the hours, that you should really, really prioritize following your trade plan and not your opinions or your feeling, your gut feelings, or whatever ever who else says, this is a level, and it might be a level for them, but maybe, if you don't have the same, you haven't been through the same, and you don't have the same trade plan, it's likely not going to be necessarily the level for you. So, and I think having a trade plan to begin with is essential, and then you got to stick to it. You got to stick to it no matter what. No matter even if you think personally, like, this doesn't seem right. Like, I'm going to be stopped out. This trade is not going to work. If your trade plan tells you, and you've double checked everything, and this is really a signal, you should take it. You should take it and reassess after 3 months, 9 months, 6 months, if there's anything to be changed. But in the meantime, in the interim time, the strategy is the boss. I'm only following it. That's how I see it, and it's helped me a lot. I would say, really a lot. When I follow my opinions, a lot of the times I'm gonna have it wrong, and I see in the back. I see in the I would see my trades work out more often as my trade plan would have had me get in, but I wouldn't be part of it because I deviated. And that's how I understood that it's all the way the trade plan. Anyway, let's go to EU. Let's go to EU for our top-down analysis. So on the monthly time frame, let's by the way, we have a Discord session in about 1 hour and 8 minutes, or 7 minutes and 15 seconds. You're absolutely invited to our session. We're going to have a workshop in the Discord community. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it is on Discord platform. We have a server where we have exchange messages and have sessions where we can listen in and even share videos and screenshots. We come together and we talk, we discuss everything trading related. I'm very open about my my thinking, my strategy, and things that I learned through the years. And I'll ask others to share as much as possible for the benefit of everyone, right? Whether it's a good experience, something you learned, you want to pass that on to someone else, or maybe something you did wrong and you want to avoid, you're going to give that lesson to others as well for consideration. Join our workshop. How you get in: you buy an account with the 5ers. It doesn't matter if it's even the smallest account. Once you have the account, the server is free, completely free to be a part of. So don't let that chance pass you by. All right, let's look at the EU, right? So we do have a huge quasi, this being the left side. This is the head, not the left side, the head, the left shoulder, the neckline, and break of that neckline. First right shoulder being created. By taking out this low, we have a possible second right shoulder as price is continuing to move lower and lower, right? Meaning this, when I mean lower and lower, I mean this move, right? This is the idea, right? possibility, right? Just a scenario. We don't know the future, right? But that's the idea. All right, so we do have a entry order block on the quasi. We had 3, 1 which has already been invalidated or taken out, and we have 2, and the third one, I don't like the third one because it's too wide, but it is there. It is what it is. But I do like this one. We are currently already touched it, and that basically the whole bar, the whole month, is the reaction, at least to me, from this monthly order block. Let's go deeper in that. As soon as we touch that, I'm gonna take this out so we can not obstruct the view too much. All right, so as soon as we touch the monthly order block on the weekly time frame, we created that bearish order block. So that would be something that I'm interested in trading when price gets back, right? For that possible push or reaction that we might have. We don't know yet, but that's one thing. Okay, hasn't happened yet, but that's one thing to keep in mind. Let's see. We have but since we left this weekly order block, I would expect price to either be stopped and reversed by something of the same level or hierarchy, the weekly, leaving a weekly order block, going to a weekly order block, at which it might decide to reverse or continue, but at least reaching this order block before changing direction, possibly, or a retest before going to that lower order block. Retest and then go to the lower order block. We don't know in advance which of the two paths it's going to take, but that makes me that I want to be taking a long from this order block and a short from that one. Okay, so on the weekly time frame, those are the two levels. We're not there yet. We're in the middle of nowhere, basically, in this time frame, so there is nothing to do. Okay, on the daily time frame, what do we have? Do we have a fresh order block? Yes, we do. We did create a fresh order block on Thursday at the end of the day, and we're currently retesting that. So it's a quite large structure of 120 pips, which is very large. I mean, even that was the day Trump, Trump's volatility with that Powell, firing of the governor of the head of the chairman of the Fed. That's what created that wick. It's a not very useful order block. It's still there. So if price does create or indicate otherwise, create a new order block or create otherwise a indication that sellers are coming in, we can still use that bigger wide order block. But I don't think it's very useful because it's very wide. We need more information to start building a case short here. So other than that, there isn't really anything, right? Until we break this neckline, we should expect price to, continue to go higher, right? Eventually, right? So this is just a retrace so far. Okay, until it breaks this. If it doesn't break, as long as it doesn't break this, we should eventually expect price to continue. I don't know when, how, but continue go higher until it shows some kind of reversal pattern. Hasn't happened yet, so you have to assume that the trend is still intact and is going to remain so. That's the daily. There we do have. So in the end, what do we have? We do have a daily order block, but more than that, we don't. So there isn't much of a reason to look for a short based on that. We have the H4. Let's see. We did have a fresh order block, which was this one right here. Let me mark that. Price created it. Very beautiful, right? With that candle. Actually, we were talking about this on the workshop. For those who were present, you guys remember we talked about this while we were in the workshop as that move from Trump happened. And you guys remember what we talked about? Price is likely to come back to use some structure it left behind before moving on in that same direction, right? And that's it doesn't happen all the time, but very, very often that is how the market moves, right? It creates that impulsive move, and you have to be very patient, wait to come back to those order blocks, fresh, preferably, and then you will see very often at least a pop, and usually also the continuation to the same direction as the initial move. All right, so do we have anything in here? You could have look at that order block here. You have the quasi, right? Not a quasi, I'm sorry, H4 fresh order block, and we have a look at that order block being created right there. That could be a reason, or one of the arguments to get in. Look at that order block as well. And if it didn't convince you, when price came back to it, right, you had another chance of trading it. Actually, let me see if I can spot it, where we were looking. I think here we were trading live before this whole move we saw happening because of this order block. You guys remember I think it wouldn't be the, let's see if it was, which one it was. No, it was this one. I'm sorry, not that one, this one. We were streaming the live stream. You can check it on YouTube, right? These streams, they stay on YouTube. So we were talking about here about how price created that H1, which is within that H4. Price creates it and creates another order block right here and comes back very nicely to it. If you go to the lower time frames, it was at the end of the idea, at the end of the day. Look at those beautiful order blocks. Man, isn't this beautiful? Look at that. Comes back, you have H4, H1, comes back to those order blocks, and bada bing, there we go. You could have, actually, I did take three entries around while we were streaming in the background. And they all hit TP the same day. All right, so yeah, that's already gone. So let's look what we can see right now. So we did have a quasi before last week, but currently the daily we are in a bearish supply zone, but it's quite large, quite wide. It's not a great area to be taking a trade from. And we do have a fresh order block, right? This order block freshly created in the opposite direction of that quasi, which means if you have a quasi, right? You have let's see, we do have it's not a quasi on the H4, but it is a quasi on lower time frames. Actually, it isn't on the lower time frames either. Let me check. Yes, we do have a quasi here. So but that's only on the H1. All right, let me mark this. All right, so this is going to be the structure. Since this quasi, I'm going to explain something here, right? This is one quasi. Right, it did break the neckline and come back, but as you can see, it did not leave any order blocks to trade. So this quasi wasn't useful. It didn't present any entries, but it did leave a fresh order block on the H4, which is this one. Actually, I took it away, I think. No, it's right here, right? So you could still look for that reversal pattern as alignment. And there is a quasi right here, although it did not, I don't think, oh yes, it did. But the retracement, I didn't take this trade. The retracement isn't good enough for me. I would have let it pass by. This would be an entry order block. It did work out very beautifully though, but I wouldn't have traded this. This doesn't I'm not this is not a valid entry to me, but I mean, as you can see, you can still my rules would have excluded this trade, but it still you would have been able to catch a very nice trade right there. But that already happened. That's actually in the Asian session. And we do have, let's see, we do have a bearish order block on the H4, but do we have a reason to go short here? We don't on the H2, and we don't on the H3, H1 as well. So that's an order block that I'm not going to be trading. Doesn't have alignment. The chances that this will be the structure to reverse price is unlikely, especially if you consider that we had a bullish, quasi bullish structure that has been moving. The market has been following that flow or that script, if you will. So a short trade, I don't know. I'm not too eager to take a short from there because there I don't see the alignment. Let me clean this up a little bit and check. Let's check here. Okay, I'm gonna take this off. Do we have a reason to go short other than the day based on this? No, I don't see it. There is an H1 here, but I have a little. To be fair, this is a valid entry area to look for, right? We do have an H1. Where is it? Here. That area, that little slither. That would be something that is, to me, something I can use. It doesn't seem at all, look at this big candle, doesn't seem at all I want to be shorting that. But then again, that's me talking, not my plan. My plan tells me that this is an area that I could look for an entry. We have an H1. The H1 tells us, let me see if the H1 is still valid. Otherwise, we don't have, it's not there, right? So we're talking about, exactly, this is the head, the left shoulder, the neckline. It's a quasi H2, but it's also for an H1. And that means that I need to revise. I need to check if this is still a, actually it's not, well, yes, it doesn't, that wick doesn't invalidate it. So we have, let's see, we have one. Let me double check this. What's the open here and the close? Actually, so we already have one order block here. The second one would be this one. Okay, so this is still a valid order block to me. Okay, so that means that this slither of this small area is something I could work with, right? So I'm going to go to the H2, H1, H5, I mean, and see if I can find a quasi on that time frame. I don't see anything on the 5 minute. The quasi line is here to me. So at all, not breaking any structure. Let's go to the 3 minute. Do we have something? Nope, nothing in here either. So 2 minute. Yep, here is the neckline. Yep, that's the neckline on the 2 minute. That gives us it's only a 2 minute quasi, so it's not too big. You want to be seeing this on all time frames. So this is one entry order block for a short, and it's one huge, just one big area. That's not ideal. You want it to be very small. But let's look on the 1 minute as well. So how many do we have? One. Just one. And we have one here as well. Okay. Right. So that is the structure on the 1 minute. So what I'm going to do now is watch market, try to read price if it reacts to this area or not. Right. It's not a, you want to be taking the short here, you don't want to be taking it just because it creates a little pullback and breaks a little structure. You want to see it confirming by reacting to these levels nicely. Let's look at the ATR for today. Today is a slow day because we don't have any big news. There was only a Kiwi CPI, and that's it. And in Japan, there's bank holiday, so there isn't a lot to move the market. But still, we do have a little area here. My plans tells me that I should consider these two areas in their respective time frame for a possible reversal short. And if I were to take that short, although I know this does not look like a short at all, I would only take it to the FTA because of, it looks like this is a long, so I don't want to be holding this any longer than just to the next level, and I don't see that anywhere here. Okay, so it's this order block, right? So that's going to be the target. It's a very small target for me, but it is what it is, right? So I'm gonna put my target right here, right? And that's gonna be my TP if I get in, and that's it, right? So there's your TP, and your stop loss should be somewhere up here, and only if the market reverses, right? I don't know. You choose the stop loss, obviously. This is just a suggestion how you could trade short this area, right? Putting your stop above it and targeting the next structure below, giving you you could do this much tighter and getting more, bang for your buck. But keep in mind that, everything else, the momentum is against you. So this could be a very, very early sign of, this is a low probability trade, by the way, right? The momentum is against you. And I was going to check the ATR. So let's do that. Let's check the ATR. Currently, the ATR is hovering around 81.6. And we are 58. So it has plenty of room. Based on, it can go to 1695 more or less. So 96 so this is the ATR level, just so you have an idea, right? It still has plenty of time. If I were to guess, I would say that this would continue to go higher, right? It looks very solidly bullish. Does not look at all that this is going to reverse. But hey, if you get a signal and you have the data, you should trade your trade plan. Not your opinion, your trade plan. All right, that's an idea for EU, at least if you trade like I do, in using these kind of moves. Let's check the chat. Yeah, perhaps even this could be a little move, because how many pips are we talking about? 24 pips. That's not a lot at all. On its way up, right? So this trade does not mean it's going to reverse much. Maybe just coming back to this level to later on, maybe during the Asian session or maybe during the last hours of the New York session, proof much higher and actually reach, break these highs. Because I don't think this is, necessarily the place the market is going to reverse. In any case, I think, because we had a quasi on the H1 and a fresh order block, and I think, that it, at least something near, an attempt going in this direction, maybe not reach it, maybe going through it, but at least something near that. And we're not really that close in comparison to where, the order block is. We're halfway to it, I should say. So I think there's still a lot of upside potential for this move, but hey, maybe that potential could happen yet tomorrow, right? So what I'm seeing, we don't know when that's going to necessarily happen. It can just linger here, move a little lower, hit your TP, and then continue perhaps sometime later today or tomorrow, or maybe just it's going to break it, and these trades are going to be losers, just as easy. All right. So that's time flies as always. They say when you're having fun, when you're enjoying yourself, time goes very fast, and I think that's certainly true here. Don't forget, guys, hit the like button, subscribe to our channel if you think this is helping you, because that would help us in growing our channel even more, reaching more people, and achieving our goal. Our goal is to help you become better at trading in any way we can. So that's it for today. It is a beautiful day. I hope you enjoyed this stream with us. We're going to be coming back at you tomorrow again, same time, same place. I'd like to invite everyone who is part of our Discord community to join us at our workshop that will start in about 44 minutes. It's going to be fun as always. Come in, let's chat, let's interact, and be part of the tribe. All right, so take care. I see Jonatan.
Do not end the live stream just yet, Victor. We're gonna do a quick draw here.
I was seconds away of.
Yeah, I was listening in the background, like, wait a minute, we got something going on here. Let's just, yeah. Let me just give me a quick second here. I am opening up the tab here. It's loading very slowly, but we're gonna do the last giveaway here for a 20K bootcamp account.
Nice.
Just waiting for the tab to load here.
How was your weekend, Jonatan?
My weekend was good. It's a good weekend, relaxing.
Did you enjoy nature?
I did. I was out on a beach all weekend, which was very nice.
Ooh,
have you talked about NASDAQ and S&P 500 today?
I haven't.
It just broke onto new all-time highs during this session.
Oh, I didn't. Look at this. For those who were watching the setup that I was referring to, remember what I said. You want to wait for your confirmation. You want the market to tell you that these areas are actually supply zones that the market will react to, that there are limit orders, or the area traders want to sell from. This price action clearly shows the opposite, right? So if you were looking at this as a possible setup, in no world would you be entering. This is just one big hand going through it. No, absolute zero reason to go short. And to me, I like when this happens, because it's very easy to trade. It's very easy. The market tells you, nope, that's not the area. Move on, clean. Forget about the idea, and move on.
All right, you guys ready for that giveaway?
Yes, we are. I'm ready.
All right, let's see. Do it. We're giving away one 20K bootcamp valuation account. Let's go. There we go. Chantel
Nice.
F. Congratulations, you just won a 20K bootcamp account. And thank you everyone for tuning into the live stream here today. I hope to see you all tomorrow, where we are joined by James, a new guest that we're going to be doing a interview with tomorrow, and of course the regular live trading sessions for you guys. All right, thank you everyone, and see you all tomorrow.
Goodbye. Bye-bye.